Warm greetings to one and all present here. On behalf of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi, I, Nitya Miglani,
and I, Anushka Maheshwari,
PGDM students, would like to welcome you all to this year's International Research Conference.
We are genuinely excited to start this incredible journey with all of you. Get ready for an amazing exploration together where we'll uncover fascinating insights and discover groundbreaking revelations.
So Anushka, just imagine, as an innovative bookstore owner, you have seamlessly blended the charm of your store with an online presence. However, your competitors are leveraging AI and chatbots to enhance their online customer experience. But you are still relying on traditional methods. The question is, do you hold on to the familiar or embrace the digital revolution?
Well, Nitya, it's really a choice defining the future. The digital era isn't fading, it's the new norm.
But what if businesses refuse to adapt?
Well, they'll struggle to stay afloat. Even the father of modern management, Peter Drucker, has once said, "The best way to predict the future is to create it."
Yes, this quote suggests that businesses should be inclined to experiment with new ideas and technologies to succeed in the current digital era. They must be prepared to adapt and change as the digital landscape continues to evolve.
Well, to understand the future of business, we must study the intersection of innovation and transformation in the digital economy.
And that's precisely why today we embark on an exploration that intertwines innovation and transformation in the digital economy. On similar lines, we have set the theme for today's conference as Innovations and Transformations Impacting Economy and Business in the Digital Era.
Our journey will unravel the intricate tapestry of challenges and opportunities that businesses encounter in this digital era. Together, let's decode the synergy between the different themes of the conference to forge a path towards comprehensive insights and actionable strategies.
Following the tradition of LBSIM, we now commence the conference by playing the LBSIM anthem. The LBSIM anthem symbolizes the essence of our institute's values. May I request you to please rise as we play our institute's anthem.
I would request everyone to please be seated. We are proud to take forward the legacy of Bharat Ratna awardee Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri, whose values deeply inspire us at LBSIM. Please sit back and experience a glimpse from the life and times of Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri ji, a man who exemplified simplicity, integrity, and modesty in his character. He led by example, inspiring trust among the masses and resonating with the common people.
27 मई 1964 पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का निधन हो गया। देश गहरे विषाद में डूब गया। सभी के मन में एक ही सवाल था, कौन बनेंगे नए प्रधानमंत्री, कौन करेंगे इस महान सभ्यता का नेतृत्व।
आफ्टर नेहरू के बाद कौन होगा, तो ये उनको इस बात का एहसास था। जब मुझसे पूछा गया कि इस कमी को दूर कैसे करेंगे, तो उन्होंने कहा कि पंडित जी ने अपने व्यक्तित्व की वजह से, टावरिंग पर्सनैलिटी की वजह से, उन्होंने इस पद को शक्ति प्रदान की, और मैं प्रयास करूंगा इस पद से शक्ति प्राप्त करने की, जिससे कि मैं देश की सेवा कर सकूं।
2 अक्टूबर 1904 के दिन काशी के पास मुगल सराय में जन्मे लाल बहादुर का पूरा व्यक्तित्व ही गांधीवाद का जीता जागता स्वरूप था।
उनकी सादगी, पहली बात तो धोती पहनते थे, ये आम आदमी को उससे बड़ा भरोसा हो जाता था कि हमारे जैसे है।
पिता की छत्र छाया बचपन में ही छिन गई थी। विधवा मां के साथ ननिहाल चले गए, वहीं पर परवरिश हुई। 1921 में जब स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में कूद पड़े तो निष्ठा और दृढ़ता के प्रमाण मिलते चले गए। 17 वर्ष की आयु से स्वाधीनता तक लगभग 9 साल जेल में काटे। रहीमन हीरा कब कहे लाख टका मेरो मोल। पार्टी कार्य में उनकी निष्ठा से प्रभावित होकर नेहरू ने लाल बहादुर शास्त्री को रेल मंत्री नियुक्त किया, परंतु 1953 में घटी एक रेल दुर्घटना की नैतिक जिम्मेदारी लेते हुए शास्त्री जी ने मंत्रालय से इस्तीफा दे दिया।
उन्होंने वो इस्तीफा देकर राजनीति में नए मूल्यों की स्थापना की।
नेहरू जी के मंत्रिमंडल में कई विशिष्ट पदों पर अपनी छाप छोड़ते हुए वे गृह मंत्री नियुक्त हुए। 9 जून 1964 पंडित नेहरू के निधन के बाद स्वयं पंडित नेहरू के चहेते लाल बहादुर शास्त्री ने भारत के दूसरे प्रधानमंत्री का पदभार संभाला। कुल 4 शब्दों में उस मृदुभाषी व्यक्ति ने देश को एक नारा दिया, जय जवान जय किसान।
उन्होंने उस समय इस बात का एहसास कर लिया था, देश के अंदर हमें अपने जो भंडार है अनाज के उन्हें पूरा भर देना है, और एक जो भारत के गौरव और गरिमा को देश विश्व में खड़ा कर देना है, वो अगर संभव है तो जवानों और किसानों की जय जयकार करने से ही है।
Lal Bahadur Shastri, Prime Minister of India, speaking on Independence Day in 1965.
हम हथियारों का जवाब हथियारों से दें।
5 सितंबर 1965 पाकिस्तान ने भारत के खिलाफ खुली जंग का ऐलान कर दिया। जवाब में भारतीय सेना पंजाब से सीमा पार कर गई। जब तक संयुक्त राष्ट्र की पहल पर युद्ध विराम हुआ, तब तक भारत की सेनाएं पाकिस्तानी सेना पर हावी हो चुकी थी।
वो किसी के दबाव में आने वाले व्यक्ति नहीं थे। जब ऐसी घटना होती है तो बहुत ज्यादा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव होते हैं। अगर आप दब गए तो झुक जाएंगे, वो नहीं दबे। लेकिन फिर शायद दोनों देशों की भलाई सोचकर वो युद्ध विराम पर राजी हो गए।
10 जनवरी 1966 ताशकंद। जिन आदर्शों के नैतिक बल का मजा वो पाकिस्तान को चखा चुके थे, आज उन्हीं आदर्शों की उदारता से उन्होंने समझौते के कागजात पर दस्तखत कर दिए। लेकिन अभी समझौते के दस्तावेज पर स्याही सूखी भी न थी कि उसी रात शास्त्री जी को दिल का दौरा पड़ा और उनकी मृत्यु हो गई। गांधी जी ने कहा था कि शत्रु का दिल जीतना ही वास्तविक जीत है। सुदूर ताशकंद में जब स्वर्गीय लाल बहादुर शास्त्री को कोसिजिन के साथ साथ खुद जनरल अयूब खान ने कंधा दिया, तो लगा जैसे शास्त्री जी बापू के फलसफे को चरितार्थ कर दुनिया से रुखसत हो गए थे। लाल बहादुर शास्त्री केवल 18 महीनों तक भारत के प्रधानमंत्री रहे, लेकिन अपने प्रधानमंत्रित्व के छोटे से कार्यकाल में शास्त्री जी ने भारत के हर नागरिक के कानों में आत्मसम्मान और आत्मबल का मंत्र फूंक दिया था। अपने व्यक्तित्व से उन्होंने निष्काम कर्म और पुरुषार्थ की वो मिसाल कायम की कि उनकी गिनती भारतीय इतिहास के सर्वोच्च महापुरुषों में होती है।
We are fortunate to have leaders and eminent personalities from various areas with us today. We would like to invite our esteemed guests, Dr. Sunita Singh Sen Gupta, Chief Guest, Dr. Satish Kumar, Guest of Honor, Professor Praveen Gupta, Director, LBSIM, Professor C.P. Gupta and Dr. Gaurav Joshi, mentors of the conference, Dr. Manohar Bhatt, Conference Convener, Colonel Ajay Sood, Chief Administrative Officer, and Mr. Saurashish Chatterjee, Vice President, Management Grid, to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and pay our homage to late Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji.
May I now request all the dignitaries to kindly take their respective seats on the dais. May I now request all the dignitaries to kindly take their respective seats on the dais. I would like to invite Professor Praveen Gupta to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Sunita Singh Sen Gupta, with a token of our gratitude. Further, I would also like to invite Professor C.P. Gupta to welcome the guest of honor, Mr. Satish Kumar, with a token of our appreciation. Thank you, sir.
Moving forward, I would like to take this opportunity to call Professor Praveen Gupta, Director, LBSIM, to deliver the welcome address and set today's conference officially open. Please, sir.
Chief guest for today's International Research Conference 2023, Professor Sunita Singh Sen-Gupta, Professor at FMS Delhi, former Dean, and Professor of Leadership, OB and HR. Guest of honor, Dr. Satish Kumar, Professor and Area Chair, Finance and Accounting, IIM Nagpur. Conference convener, Dr. Manohar Bhatt. Mentors for this conference, Dr. C.P. Gupta and Dr. Gaurav Joshi. Dr. Rini, Ms. Femina Malik. Eminent professors, academicians, session chairs for today's conference. Faculty from LBSIM, research scholars, organizing team, Chief Administrative Officer Colonel Ajay Sood, admin staff, students, friends, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you. My special thanks to Chief Guest Professor Sunita Singh Sen-Gupta for accepting our invite and for her gracious presence today. Professor Sen-Gupta is an eminent professor, former dean at FMS, and also an avid researcher. In recent times, in fact, I am following her very well on LinkedIn and other portals. She has contributed to the new field of leadership and spirituality. Let me also mention the very recent news which I get from LinkedIn. She is now a visiting scholar at George Washington University, DC. We are also fortunate to have with us Dr. Satish Kumar as guest of honor, and I am again thankful to him for accepting our invite. He has been a friend and guide to us in terms of research. He has been awarded Basant Kumar Birla Distinguished Research Scholar Award in 2023 and Career 360 Most Outstanding Researcher in Economics, Econometrics and Finance 2023. Welcome you, sir. Let me share with all the eminent persons, audience sitting here. This is our second IRC or International Research Conference in last 2 years. We started our journey in February 2022, and it is our endeavor to hold these kind of research-based conference every, say, once in 18 months. And let me also share with the eminent persons sitting in the auditorium today that it is connecting with our efforts to build our research outcomes and also the FPM program. The FPM program, we got it formally launched in 2022. So this is our second batch, and I welcome our scholars who are sitting here today. Research is an important, you can say, ingredient of any university business school. And it has got immense importance in any business school as well. I personally, let me share my experience. Whenever I come across any research paper, I always go to the last page or the one page before the last. What is the managerial application or implication of this research? I think with this mindset, the research scholars, faculty who are associating themselves with any research work, especially if they are connected to a business school, they must see what is the possible impact of my research. Will there be any acceptance in the industry? I think with these parameters, if you judge, I think your efforts will be in the right direction. The topic for today, as has been reflected here, innovations and transformation impacting economy and business in digital era. Now, what is meant by transformation and innovation? Are they connected? Are they different? How much are they different from each other? In the most simple words, let me share my thought. I think innovation leads to transformation. Innovation can be an effort or an event, while transformation is a journey for an organization. Now, both are connected in one way, which is a very strong component of our life and business, that is change. The change can be maybe say three variants. One is the incremental, second is the substantial, and third can be the disruptive. Now, as everybody says, change is the only thing which is constant in this world. What is the learning for the organization, especially the business organization? The business organizations have to be agile, they have to be alert, they have to be conscious, they have to understand the threats which are going to be there from the competition. So they have to continuously work towards managing the change, introducing change, and maybe the transforming the organization in terms of resource, processes, and the outcomes. Now, why should we focus innovation? What are the common barriers to innovation? I'll just briefly describe what is my thought process. One is the office politics, which saps your energy, office politics, risk aversion, inertia in any organization, no budget or low budget for change, lack of vision, and lack of culture for innovation. I think these are some of the threats which companies must look at it. And what could be the panacea for such problems? Again, I'll just enlist a few. The fear of failure, we should check that fear of failure. If we are afraid of failure, I think we will never. So fear of failure should be checked, and rather we should encourage failures, build resilience, incentivize the innovation and the new approaches, cross-cultural team, we should encourage collaborative effort, and give employees the resources they need, diversify your workforce, and a deep culture of innovation where everyone should be able to voice their thoughts. Start small, but be consistent. Personally, I'm very fond of incremental change. We feel that bigger change are different, but I feel if we take the right steps on continuous basis, we can bring the bigger change. With these words, let me again welcome to this day-long proceeding, and there will be different tracks, and I again welcome the session chairs also, and I'm very happy they are here for full day. Sessions will be in hybrid mode as the order of the day today. So I thank Professor Manohar Bhatt, the organizing team, the mentors Dr. C.P. Gupta and Dr. Gaurav Joshi, Dr. Rini and Professor Femina Malik, the admin team, which has made it possible for us to hold this conference of this order. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such inspiring words.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Manohar Bhatt, conference convener, to apprise us about the theme of the conference.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you today with great pride and honor as we open the doors to knowledge, collaboration, and innovation when we embark on the journey of the International Research Conference 2023, hosted by Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management. Now, as we know, LBSIM has always been committed to academic excellence and the pursuit of knowledge that extends beyond the classroom. This conference stands as a testament to our dedication to the principles of inquiry, discovery, and dissemination of valuable insights that contribute to the betterment of society. This conference is not just an assembly of intellects, it is a celebration of ideas, a convergence of minds from various disciplines, and also a testament to the power of research in shaping the future. LBSIM takes immense pride in presenting this platform that transcends geographical boundaries, unites scholars, researchers, and visionaries from across the globe. It's my distinct pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to the IRC 2023 hosted by us. Today we gather under the theme of innovations and transformations impacting economy and business in the digital era, a theme that encapsulates the dynamic landscape that we find ourselves today navigating this interconnected world. Our journey today will be one of exploration, collaboration, and discovery. As we delve into the intricacies of the digital era, we aim to unpack the innovations and transformations that are reshaping economies and businesses across the world. This theme serves as a compass, guiding us through a vast sea of possibilities, where each research paper, every discussion, and every idea contributes to a collective understanding of this transformative era. What sets this conference apart, it's not just the overarching theme, but also the intricate tapestry of knowledge that we've woven through our area-specific sub-tracks. We have dedicated tracks to HR and OB, to accounting and finance, marketing, economics, ops, systems, and IT. So we recognize that each one of these domains plays a crucial role in the multifaceted landscape of the digital economy. In the finance and accounting track, we explore how technology is reshaping the financial sector, from blockchain innovations to the implications of digital currencies on our traditional banking systems. The marketing track will delve into the ever-evolving world of digital marketing, examining the impact of social media, big data, and AI on consumer behavior and market trends. This track promises interesting papers focused on varied subjects ranging from customer centricity, the role of social media, to conversational AI in brand management. The OB and HR track will explore the digital workplace, discussing how technology is influencing employee engagement, collaboration, and leadership strategies. The economics tracks will investigate the macroeconomic implications of the digital transformations on global market and trade. These sessions promise very absorbing papers on topics such as leveraging digital innovation for employee engagement, leadership effectiveness in the banking sector, blue-collar employee attrition, etc., etc. The ops track will scrutinize the role of technology in supply chain management, process optimization, and the future of manufacturing. I especially look forward to the presentation of some papers that focus on sustainability, the green economic development, etc. Last but not the least, the systems and IT track will unravel the intricacies of digital systems, cybersecurity, and the role of emerging technologies like the Internet of Things, the IoT, and AI. As we engage in these specialized tracks, let us not forget the overarching goal of this conference: to foster collaboration and interdisciplinary dialogue. The challenges and opportunities of the digital era are vast, requiring insights from various disciplines to form a comprehensive understanding. So I extend my deepest gratitude to esteemed chief guest and the guest of honor who have taken time out from their busy schedules to grace this occasion. I'm also grateful to the paper presenters and all the conference committee members who have worked very hard, very diligently to curate a program that reflects the cutting edge of research in each of these tracks. Your dedication to advancing knowledge is the driving force, I believe, behind this event. To the participants, I encourage you to actively engage in discussions, share your insight, and forge connections that may lead to further collaborative research. The richness of this conference lies not only in the presentations, but also in the exchange and cross-pollination of ideas that happen during the meetings and the networking sessions here. So in closing, I would wish that our collective efforts contributes to the ongoing dialogue on innovations and transformations and propels us forward to a future where knowledge serves as a catalyst for positive change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are all looking forward to the enriching discussions lined up ahead.
I take this opportunity to introduce to you all our esteemed chief guest for today's conference, Dr. Sunita Singh Sen-Gupta. Dr. Sen-Gupta is currently a professor at Faculty of Management Studies, FMS, University of Delhi. She joined FMS as a professor in 2005 and was dean from May 2017 to August 2020. Prior to this, she was an associate professor at IIM Calcutta for 10 years. With 30 years of teaching and research experience, Dr. Sen-Gupta has delivered lectures in USA, UK, and France, and presented over 100 research papers at international and national conferences. She is a member of the Academy of Management, International Association of Applied Psychology, and Management and Organizational Behavior Teaching Society. Her research interests include intrinsic motivation as a driver of happiness, cultural determinants of organizational behavior, role of psychology in decision-making, spirituality, sustainability, leadership, and gender diversity, to name a few. She has published 29 books and over 60 articles in national and international journals of repute, and has successfully completed 11 independent research projects. She is the founder of Integrating Spirituality and Organizational Leadership Foundation and the founder-editor of 2 biannual journals, International Journal on Spirituality and Organizational Leadership and International Journal on Vedic Foundations of Management. She is the editor of 10-volume compendium on integrating spirituality and organizational leadership published by ISOL Publications, India. She has organized over 30 international conferences on various themes such as integrating spirituality and organizational leadership, spirituality for global economic development, World Congress on Vedic Foundations of Management Science, to name a few. Ma'am, we're extremely honored to have you with us today. I request you to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
I'm extremely touched by the honor given. It's a true divine blessing coming to me by the request of Shri Praveen Gupta, Director, Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management. I'm extremely humbled and thankful. This is my first visit to this great institute. Everything has a destiny and time, and I believe this was the time to come. When Shri Praveen Gupta talked to me, I said, I work in a very narrow area. I have stopped working in the mainstream of management. I focus on culture, philosophy, and management, particularly Vedic foundations of Indian management. And I told him that this may not fit the conference themes which you want to focus. But the starting of the conference laid a great imprint in my mind and heart. And I feel that is the connect. I always realized that there must be some connect which is taking me there, because I believe in blessings and grace, and I believe in divine planning. So with these few words, I once again express my gratitude for inviting me to this great institution, which is walking the values of no one other than Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri ji. So,
we will need this, the presentation will be made from there. Okay. Thank you so much. We'll just...
So, I was thinking, what should I talk? One of the areas which I am focusing more internationally is human framework for organizations. How can we have human framework for organization? I repeat, I'm not a mainstream researcher now anymore. And I have devoted myself, surrendered myself for the cause of bringing our own Indian culture and philosophy into management. So, taking this further, this handbook on Indian culture, philosophy, and management will come out next year by Springer. In 2022, I did a 9-volume research sponsored by Indian Council of Social Science Research on Vedic foundations of Indian management. Don't move it, I'll be doing. So the known economic history of India begins with Indus Valley civilization. That was the first known permanent and predominantly urban settlement that flourished between 2800 BC to 1800 BC and had an advanced and thriving economic system. If you see corporate America, when did it originate? Much later. So according to economic historian Angus Maddison in his book, The World Economy, A Millennial Perspective, published by OECD, remember, it's not an Indian writing this book, said India had the world's largest economy in the 1st century and 11th century, and in the 18th century with 32.9% share of the world GDP in the 1st century and 28.9% in the 1000 AD, and in 1700 AD, 24.4%. I'm out and out a researcher. Then I started thinking why the graph went down. And that was the trigger to begin to research in this area. One of the ways to search the alternative paradigms in management and leadership is going back to our roots, ancient Indian culture and traditions. So corporate life was vogue in India since Vedic times, and in Rig Veda, the first reference comes of Shreni. It was called Shreni at that time. The cooperation of traders is as old as the time depicted to us in the Jataks, and general consensus of opinion refers it as about 7th century BC, if not earlier still. But the institution may probably be traced back to a still earlier period. Now, when you look back, those documents, it says the foundations of ancient Indian management was exclusively on moral values and ethics, and adherence to it was strongly emphasized and followed. This was Indian way of doing things. So where do we find such data? So historical account of organization and functioning of guild, it was referred as guild in ancient India from Jataka stories, 7th and 6th century BC, from early Dharma Sutras, 5th century BC to 3rd century BC, Kautilya's Arthashastra, from the early Dharma Sutras, 2nd century BC to 4th century AD, and from the later Dharma Sutras, 5th century to 7th century AD. You will be thrilled to know that the joint stock company functioning in ancient India. For illustrations, merchants from many a kingdom came and all together met, chose them a chief, and a state set out a treasure for to get. So that was, the references are from Jatak stories, Kautilya Arthashastra, ancient Dharma Shastra, Narad Samhita, Brihaspati Sutra, Yagnavalaya Samhita. You will find references in all this. So the success of any joint stock business depends on the individuals that form the company. Clear injunctions for the selection of partners are laid down in Smritis. The relation of the individual to the corporate body was clearly laid down, and here I see a strong connect with what this institute focuses on, values, and what I have to share today. So overseas business in ancient India, if not anything, we all do perform Satnarayan Puja. And in that Satnarayan Puja, it says that the Raja, the Baniya और उसका दामाद नाव जहाँ से यात्रा कर रहे थे व्यापार के लिए. Then nobody knows how old this story is. That itself suggests that business was done through the way of river. So Valhasya Jatak talks about the story of 500 merchants with a chief at their head who chartered a vessel for trading in Ceylon. The Pandara Jatak refers to the charting of a vessel by 500 trading folk, and Suparaka Jatak tells us about how 700 merchants got ready a ship and engaged a skipper and the treasure that was gained in the course of the voyage that was divided amongst them. So the glorious past. Trade and commerce seem to be in flourishing condition as reported by various historians. If you see Huang Zhang's diary, you will find very much references in that. Something like a modern chamber of commerce existed in northern India and at some big trading center, perhaps at Patliputra, because Magad was a flourishing dynasty. In 1835, Lord Macaulay goes and tells we cannot conquer India unless and until we replace their spiritual values with such values which they think it's superior to us. On 18th February 1836, takes the birth of the great spiritual leader of 18th century, Sri Ramakrishna Paramahansa. And he says, brother, what shall I do with mere bread-winning education? I would rather acquire that wisdom which will illumine my heart and give me satisfaction forever. With this institute and with the values laid down by Lal Bahadur Shastri ji, I have hope that this institute will not be just a placement-driven management institute, but instill the basic human values in the students. These are the two birds which our Upanishad talks. One is busy in eating, the consumerism. Another who observes and sees, the drashta, who wants to think. So, dvasvapurna sayuja sakhai samanam briksham parishvajate tayoranne pipalam swadvanan shreneyo abhichakshiti. Two birds, inseparable companions, perch on the same tree. One eats the fruit, the other looks on. The first bird is our individual self, feeding on the pleasure and pains of his deeds. The other is the universal self, silently witnessing all. So how do we attain that? Training the mind for higher consciousness. How do we attain? How do we transcend? I was very happy when Professor Manohar Bish talked about that. How do we transcend? My focus have been self throughout. That's where I try to dwell. Human framework for organization, need for the hour. When in 1994, I quote from one of my publications, when the positive characters of the people in the organization are overlooked or denied, then the resultant behavior is likely to be job alienation and involvement in non-work activities, because they start having the feeling that organization will not help in their career advancement or personal growth. Gradually, they develop cynicism towards the organization and a biased views towards the management. Eric Mosley, co-founder and CEO of Global Force, in 2017, I tell in 1994, he is writing 2017, a more human workplace is the key to the future of work. Therefore, organizations need to focus on keeping their employees happy and feeling recognized, particularly those employees who could be considered as flight risk. In the Academy of Management Boston in 2023, I did an all-academy track panel symposium on empowering diverse workers through conscious leadership. So, human framework for organization. In 2007, I first wrote an article on human framework for organizations and subsequently initiated a series of research exploring how can we have a human framework of leadership in the workplace that binds all irrespective of their personal beliefs and perception. How can we align and engage each and every employee to work towards a common goal with the same enthusiasm and effort? How can we dig deep into human consciousness and find the common meaning and purpose that puts human advancement and mutual growth at the forefront? The challenge is to focus on pure human consciousness. I don't talk about artificial intelligence, I talk about pure intelligence. And find the elements that make us human and bring us together as a collective force. When leaders and organizations, do I have time or I need to wind up in? Okay. When leaders and organizations operate from a deep awareness of their consciousness, they naturally behave responsibly beyond what appears to be their own self-interest. I'm happy to share this time at FMS for the full-time MBA student. I developed an elective, Spirituality at Workplace, and this time I offered in their 4th semester. 70 students opted that elective. That means there is a need amongst the students. We as faculty members, we have to stand up with conviction and move in this direction. The managers and administrators who integrate spiritual values with their managerial work styles while dealing with different stakeholders bring integrity to organization. Based on, for more than 2.5 decades of my research on integrating spirituality and organizational leadership, I arrived at this definition of spirituality at the workplace, that it is the awakened consciousness of one's roles and responsibilities to connect with different stakeholders with compassion and love in order to serve the organization and focus on purpose and honesty expression. This is spirituality at workplace, and this puts human framework into practice. The new wave in organization development is love and truth. Love is the eternal source of joy. Truth is the eternal source of wisdom. Sri Ramakrishna said, serve humanity for prosperity. My conceptualizations are based on higher possibilities of human nature that encompass the fundamental human values to transcend the mind to the level of service and purpose-driven approach. Salary is not the only goal. Money can never be the goal of life. It's always higher order needs. Money follows automatically. It's true, it's important to sustain ourselves, but then there are other meaningful goals to fulfill the purpose of this life. So the framework which I proposed was, he is the doer, I'm an instrument. And I'll skip some of the slides, I'm taking too much time. And in Bhagavad Gita, there is clear instruction how knowledge and action should reinforce each other. It is said that devotion without philosophy is sentimentality, and philosophy without devotion is intellectual speculation. Action and knowledge are necessary in both Karma Yoga and Sankhya Yoga. It is only their proportion that varies, creating the difference between the two paths. So, work as a sacrifice to God. When we offer the work, the common example is when we take apples, grapes, oranges to temple, and when we come out, it becomes prasad. So offering to God any work which we do as a practice, if we develop that offering to the God, it becomes sacred. Sayajna prajya shrishta purvocha prajapati anena prasvalvritam esho vastivasta kambadhuk. In the beginning of creation, Brahma created humankind along with duties. And therefore it says, prosper in the performance of duties. for they shall bestow upon you all you wish to achieve. So duties and duty with purity is emphasized. So principle of a healthy organization, it says by helping and serving others, not by fighting. So keeping others over oneself. Tena tyaktana bhunjita, enjoy life through renunciation. Giving model in organizations. Two fundamental principles, renunciation of lower order needs. It's not like we are trying to create monks in the organization, but renunciation of lower order need, what Adi Shankaracharya talks about, Shad Ripu and Shat Sampati. So how can we give up anger, greed, etc.? Distinction between human needs and human wants. So wants is unlimited. And need, Mahatma Gandhi said, nature has sufficient for our need, but not for our greed. Therefore, those who rejoice in the self, who are illumined and fully satisfied in the self, for them there is no duty, because everything comes very naturally. So this is based on my recent work, based on the insights drawn from Dharma Shastra, where I say that the journey has to be Deho Aham to Asango Aham. I'm an attached self to unattached self. This journey need to be practiced by all the corporate heads, all the institutional heads, all the educational heads. When one does not get, does not cling with the chair, but do it with all passion and perfection, but when time comes to step down, will not take even a second to step down and move ahead in the career, because life is a journey. So this is what creates bliss. You must have read the book of Flow the Optimal Experience by Mihle, Ziggs and Mihle, who also talk about where do we have this bliss experience, but we focus more, I drew this from Dharma Shastra, and which says that how can I move from Aham Deham to Anandam? Satyam Jnanam Anandam Brahman. It says, our scripture says, the knowledge of truth is the bliss, and truth can be manifested. Whatever we are doing, what is the immediate truth for me, and moving ahead in this. So, thank you very much for the opportunity. Let the noble thoughts come from all directions. Thank you.
Yes.
Ma'am, thank you for presenting and sharing such illuminating perspectives on the subject. It was a pleasure to hear your thoughts and opinions. I am sure the audience benefited greatly from what you shared.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our guest of honor, Professor Satish Kumar. Professor Kumar is a PhD from IIT Roorkee and currently serving as a professor at IIM Nagpur in the finance and accounting area. He has over 18 years of teaching and research experience at management institutes of repute in India and abroad. He has published over 700 papers in peer-reviewed journals, and his interest areas include corporate finance, supply chain finance, small business finance, corporate governance, consumer economics, systematic literature review, and bibliometric analysis. His work has been cited over 20,000 times. His research works have been published in FT50, A-star, and A-category journals with high impact factor. He is on the editorial board of several leading journals, and he is among the top cited authors in India and around the world. He is currently ranked one of the top 3 Indian scientists in terms of H index. Professor Kumar is the winner of the prestigious Basant Kumar Birla Distinguished Research Scholar Award for Social Service and Management 2023. He is also the winner of Career 360 Second Faculty Research Award 2023 for the most outstanding researcher in the country in economics, econometrics, and finance. It is an honor and a privilege to have you here with us today, sir. We would be delighted to hear your thoughts and insights on the theme.
So thank you very much. 2 facts I want to correct in the, bio. It's not 700, it's less than 200. Citations are close to 15,000 because we are living in a data age, right? And we are talking about data-driven, as a theme of it. It's no problem. For that, it can be, because of some factors. So, a very good morning to all of you, respected dignitaries on the dais. I'm truly delighted to be part of this forum, International Research Conference 2023. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to, Professor Praveen Gupta, director of the institute, when he approached me, I think 3 weeks back. I thought it will be a wonderful opportunity to visit again this institute. I came last year probably, similar time, and I enjoyed my 1 day or 2 day stay, in fact, in interacting with faculty for a faculty development workshop. It's really an important theme which institution has picked up. We have just listened, Professor Sunita Sen Gupta, who works on a very different area, but believe me, whatever she has talked in her presentation, all corporate are talking about it in day-to-day practice now. Just to give a thought of you, I am Nagpur also have special series of courses for students, in those line only, Indian knowledge system and all that. So words are really wisdom which has poured us. So challenge is on me to, move from that angle to the new angle now. What I'm going to talk is that how finance is transforming in this digital age. And we all know that, I'm assuming that everybody sitting in this room, assuming that use one or another app for doing a lot of application, starting from Paytm to PhonePe to all other, touch point which we are using for our day-to-day discussion. So Deloitte, Economic Times have done a interesting survey and study also, and they try to understand that how finance future will be there in coming years. And from there I have taken inspiration of this topic, and I thought of discussing, since I work in finance area, how finance is going to transform in next few years. So their prediction is for 2028 that how finance function will look like. And I've also tried to capture how corporate leaders are talking about when they are saying digital transformation leading to innovations are happening in the organization. So with that background, this presentation is there. So in the interest of time, I will try to be, take 20 minutes allotted to me. So, this is what is happening everywhere. The question is now, are you doing digital or you are being digital? This is a very important question. Are you adopter or are you actually creating a digital environment in the organizations or the economic level? That is a bigger issue nowadays. I'm going to skip this definition part because we all understand the theme of this is that, but just kept this particular slide, those who wanted to get what actually digital transformation means. Okay, these are some of the major industries which are getting impacted because of digitizations. Though every industry is doing it, but this is based on a survey, and when they come up that where a lot of digitization and transformation is happening, so they try to pick up these 4 or 5 major industry where digitization is touching upon. Now, as I said, I'm going to talk about finance. So these are the 6 trends, which are touching upon finance, and we call it Finance 4.0. It is similar to Industry 4.0 we are talking, so that's how finance has evolved. Finance and industry, as we see, they have evolved, same line. So we are talking about cloud computing, which is a very much, path breaker for especially finance function. Given that we all know fintech is one of the biggest industry evolving within finance, and this industry got benefited because of this important digitization trend, that is cloud technology. We all know that it gives a lot of advantage, cost, speed, and investment, which is capex and opex, are rarely minimum when you use such type of technology. Robotic automation processes, which also include a lot of API integration. When I place an order on Swiggy, so when you place an order, you looks like you are using one application, but is in a application over application. That's what is the main thing is happening. So we are talking about a concept of microservices now. Instead of standalone service, which is used to give full range of product or service from beginning to end. There are now, piecemeal, and each piecemeal is considered nowadays as a microservices. That's RAP processes are taking care of. AI, Internet of Things, blockchain, and data analytics and visualization. Of course, these are the key part of digitization and transformation process journey which are happening across different function, and finance is no exception to that. Right. So tech-based solutions are they are changing, and their benefit is like they create efficient processes, they minimizes risk, okay, which was there in the manual processes, or even in fact the loss of risk of not going behind as against your competitor. And also in long run, it's all about saving some $1 million or $1,000 or 1,000 rupees for an organization, 1,000 crore rupees an organization in terms of cost. Key dimensions which are needed for this innovation and transformation. This is true for every set of industry, but these are specially taken from finance side, as I'm talking mostly on finance part of it. Scalability, as I said, with cloud platform, it is very easy, and that's why we saw fintech as an industry has grown in last 5-6 years, so much. One thing which have pushed that particular industry is because of cloud computing or cloud which they are using, where as compared to traditional internet banking or conventional banking, they are giving a tough competition because of their low cost operations, and even the starting cost is also much low. And also finally, it is all about what are you doing with all those products and services. You are satisfying the need of customers. So what they are doing is now you are transforming those services. Finance earlier used to look as a product when you used to go to bank or a financial institution, but now it is all service they are talking. Even if you are talking about a digital loan, that's considered as a service. So whole focus is that how you can transform those services so that you can take out those pain points of customers, and whole work is of transformation and digitization is centered around that. Now I'm going to talk about a survey which Economic Times have done very recently with the CFO, and they talked about that, how do you think digitization and transformation in your organization? So they talk about 3-4 more questions, and this survey is based on top 1,000 CFOs of Indian companies. When I'm saying Indian companies, based in India, both in multinational and as well as in India. So they talked about that, first question was that, how do you think that what will be the single change you will see that because of this digitization? And no surprisingly that, what they want is that single source of data, because your data is coming from multiple sources, which is very difficult to, absorb and then create product or services around that. So, 34% of them are saying that, and obviously, as you know, that equal percentage is talking about reducing risk or increasing compliance is the major thing. Of course, you see some of them are talking about adding to the bottom line also, but that's there, why you are running that enterprise or that organization. for that purpose. This is very interesting. They talked about, is this digital transformation of finance functioning is your key strategic priority? Because you don't want to be a lagger in the this particular ever-cutting or ever-evolving transformation journey or innovative journey. So as in line with 79% of people are saying, obviously that's their strategic priority. But there are few, like if you see those purple and green, they are saying that it's not the right time, we can still wait. Probably the mindset issue, cultural issue, or the legacy issue are the concern for such organization when they are saying that we will still wait and watch before we move to the next journey of digitization or transformation. This is another very interesting thing, and this is very much connected with what Professor Sunita Sen Gupta and even Professor Praveen was talking about. What is important is the culture and leadership. Okay, so spirituality side or otherwise side also, to drive any initiative, you have to talk about the role of leader and culture, which is very, very important. And they said their biggest obstacle is this only when it comes to digitization or transformation journey, mindset and change management, as have been talked earlier by Professor Praveen also, that change is very painful process, and when you are transforming, basically you don't want to leave those legacy system. That's what is the major concern. Even in this survey they have highlighted. This is another interesting thing, they have talked about how much impact do you see, because at the end, are you doing digitization of process, does it impacting your, how much impact it is making? Is it minimum or is it, significant? They have talked about. Majority of them are in line with what is expected, and that's why we saw the waves of digitization across industry, even traditional industry. You look at agriculture also, which is very much touched about how the processes of innovation, transformation and digitization is happening. But there are still few people, those I'm talking about, those green ones in this particular slides. So they are talking about those pain. There are more pain than gain, probably because the cost is there, probably because of culture issue, probably because of leadership concern, probably those could be some of the factors which are there. Moving forward, these are the perceived challenges overall in the process of digital transformation, which this CFO has highlighted. Cost part, because it's not a just 100 rupees or 1,000 rupees investment. It's sometime $1 billion or $1 million investment for you when you want to move ahead with the transformation journey using digitization. Lack of awareness, that is another thing. Bandwidth with the resources. So solution for number 2 is that skilling, skilling of your employees, skilling of your top leadership, and now you have people who is specifically talking about CTO, people those who are in the organization, chief data person who is handling that. So they drive that journey of this digital transformation. There are some future trends which Deloitte has talked about. What will happen to the finance, in coming few years? I will run to those trends are there. First trend is that finance will look like a factory now. Why? Because ever since technology is touching, blockchain, automation is happening, so now volumes of transaction. Imagine UPI transaction, number of UPI transactions we are seeing every day. It's crossing barriers, every month of, last month only. So that way finance will look as a transformation function in terms of not only giving number at a static point of time like quarterly or monthly report. In fact, it should be very much live day to day. So difference between actual and your forecast is going away. The moment you are talking about actual, you are talking about forecast or budgeted at that very time only. Earlier it was like when you have actual data, after a year when your financial used to be prepared or your cost structure used to come and product was done or services was delivered, then you used to talk about what will be our budget. But now with the help of these AI, machine learning, automation, blockchain, and and data analysis, what we are doing is that actual and budgeted both are done simultaneously. So which is, the role of budget department has become very, very different than what they were doing earlier. That's the change we will be going to witness, and that will continue to bother, finance professional in the years to come. So this is what we are talking about, role of finance. So role of finance earlier was like, with automation it is changing, So three things are very important: how work will look, and how workforce will look, and how workplace will look. Already people have, speaker before me talked about agility. So agility will be the part of finance function, which used to consider that, okay, once quarterly data will be done, then you will talk about. But now you have to be agile. You have to be very quick in disseminating data to all department, all functionary head across your business unit, SBU, or if you are operating multinationally. Third is cycles will become very much real. Okay, that is very, very important, because earlier finance cycle wise, like quarterly reporting you used to focus, half yearly report you used to focus, or yearly reporting you used to talk about. No more that such thing will happen, because now, as I said few minutes back, actual and budget both will be together at your dashboard when you will be talking about what is your actual data, and then based on that prediction will be automatically coming. So that way the finance function or finance cycle will be reduced to real cycle, rather than there will be no lag of data happening and data being captured at a particular stage. Fourth important trend is, this is very important, self-service, and this is quite a pain also for some traditional form of finance function, but this will become, as we see that, nowadays you don't even need any investment banker or broker if you want to invest somewhere. So same thing is going to happen. You have app, you have chatbots, you have even Siri or Google, which is going to help you for that. Similar type of training will be there in organization and finance function, where routine problems or routine challenges which finance professionals are facing, they can talk about with these automotive voice-based system, so that they don't need, they need not to wait, and so that, functions can be done smoothly. So that's another major change or trend which is going to happen. Operating model will change. Finance will be not a separate function. We all know it's a cross-functional team, and when you want to drive a transformation journey in the organization, so when we say finance, fintech, is it a tech or finance, or is it a finance or tech? That's a big questions you are talking about. Is it technology which is impacting finance, or is it finance which is helping technology to accelerate? These are the two questions which we are talking, and similar line, finance function will be very much interdisciplinary, cross-functional, data reporting, data driven activities will be there. This will be quite a period this was there, but only change which will happen will be that ERP, which was standalone, with the help of blockchain, AI and automation, it will be now very much real, which will give you both type of prediction, actual versus budgeted on same time. Trend number 7 will be data. As we know, the whole transformation journey of or digital journey is driven by this particular aspect. So data will be real, data will be forecasted, and forecast for 3 year, 1 year, 5 year will be very easy. So earlier, like here is an important lesson for those future managers who are sitting here. Spreadsheet we used to consider as a very important integral part of our prediction. That will no more be required. Now you have generative AI, you ask symbol silo, it will give you prediction in 1 minute. So you need to go beyond those spreadsheet and how you will utilize data. And data will not be only in form of structured data, it will be unstructured data. For example, how finance industry is changing, especially financial services. What they are doing, they are no more looking at your credit card history, how you are paying. In fact, they are looking at your social media platforms, what you are posting, what is your behavior, what type of pictures you are posting, in fact, and they are driving that data, try to sync into their credit model, and then they predict whether this person should be, given debt or loan or not. So that's way, standard models are changing in a very using unstructured data. What are you posting on Twitter? What are you posting on your Facebook account? What is your social capital? Okay, what is your social network is all about? What type of people are there in your network? All those people which you have defaulted in past, are they part of your network, or people those who have good credit rating? So that type of analysis all what they are doing. For example, Visa nowadays, when they approve any credit card for you, so they not only look for your only financial core data, they are going beyond the core data. And similarly in SME lending, particularly when you don't have any data also for those micro and small enterprises to lend, what they are looking at the profile of that person or promoter group. Not only that tangible data they are talking about, as I said, they are also looking for your social network data, other posts which you are making, that all they are capturing into their model. So credit models are changing, and this is the power of what is data and the technology we are talking. Very last is that what will be happen to the workforce and workplace. Workplace will become flat, as we are witnessing already, post-COVID future of work. And as I said, predictive work will be more of predictive modeling rather than talking about what went wrong. You need to be focusing on what can happen down the line, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, or 5 year. That type of workplace will be there. Now, this is the whole ecosystem, how finance will look like with the advent of this technology, and that's how transformation will change. But a very big danger is also there. We are living in a digital divide also. For that, I have a very small video. I'm sure some of you have already seen this video. This video was part of a campaign of Paytm. So when Paytm want to launch their brokering services or advisory services, so they come up with that social experiment which they did with the people. I'm sure many of you have already seen that. So that video I'm just trying to show you that so that we can conclude this particular thing. So let me go to that. So this is please pay attention to this video, and this is, I think, can we have a click? Yeah. Can you play it? I think it need to be clicked. Oh, so there is nothing. Can you open in that in folder itself? There is a video is there. In the folder LBSIM, right? Video is there. Separately, I have kept it. It's a very important initiative they have talked about. Many companies are doing, and that's how you are driving your product and service journey in digital age. Can we have volume, please?
Thank you so much for coming to help us conduct this experiment today.
We were of different ages. We were made to stand in a line.
Now I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions. If your answer is a yes, step forward. If it's a no, please step back. Here goes. Ready? Did you learn how to ride a bicycle before the age of 10? Did you learn music in school? Did you take any lessons in sports? And no, video games are not a sport, even if it has the word game in it. Did you learn how to iron your clothes while still in school? Take a step forward. If not, take a step back. If you can make tea or breakfast, not just for yourselves, please step forward. If not, take a step back.
In the beginning, I think the questions were more general. People were still going forward and backward. Questions like, it was funny to see the cooking question. There were a lot of men who went ahead and there were women who were going behind.
Do you usually make all the household bill payments yourself? Do you know the circle rate in your area? Do you know the price of gold today? Do you know the exact breakup of your salary?
As the questions unfolded, the stark difference came out visibly.
Do you know the details of the financial documents you're asked to sign? Have you bought a vehicle in your own name without consulting anybody? Have you bought insurance policies unassisted? Do you watch or follow the budget?
Like you think you're doing okay, but then you're like, okay, these are kind of important things that I don't look at.
Do you manage your own finances and earnings unassisted? Do you know how to invest in mutual funds? Do you know the difference between a mutual fund and an SIP? Do you make the investments for your family members or your spouse? Do you file your own income tax return? Now everyone who's in front, could you please turn around and look behind you? Initially when you guys started moving, there wasn't such a big gap. My question is, when did this gap start to occur?
The minute the questions became about managing money, the gap between men and women became very clear and evident.
You know, women handling certain responsibilities regarding their own life, which were always passed on to someone else in the family or the men.
There was a slight unfairness I realized at that time, but at that point it seemed normal.
I was upset. I wanted to be at the front of the line. It's like, why don't I know this? Why am I not confident enough to say, yes, I am able to understand this?
It was quite an eye-opener for me because I always depended on the men of the family to take care of my investments and, plan my future.
I felt that obviously men are more into it than women, so eventually I did expect the gap to be there.
Over the years growing up, there were certain very traditionally masculine tropes that were assigned for him and certain traditionally feminine tropes that were assigned.
Right, so I think there are 20 more seconds this video. So the message here is very clear. Similar is the transformation journey of, digital transformation happening in organization. You have to be very careful about inclusivity when you are talking about that you are transforming your processes or businesses or which are leading to digital divide. We should not create in the name of digital transformation this digital divide. That's very important learning even for leaders, organization, and probably that is the why CFO in one of the survey they were talking about, we don't want to change it. Okay, so we still want to see there are more pain in this process than the gain. So they fear that this digital divide will become more larger. So organization like those who are using digital technology for delivering their product and services, they have to be very careful when you design that product or service and transform your product and services. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to come over here again and visiting this place. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and informative words. Your perspectives were thought-provoking, and I'm confident that the audience learned a great deal from it.
Now, I would like to request Professor C.P. Gupta to present words of thanks for the inaugural session. Please, sir.
Good morning and namaskar. We are talking about transformation, digital transformation, artificial intelligence, digital divide. All things are changing very fast, but one thing which is not changing and we feel proud of it, Atithi Devo Bhav. Atithi हैं तो हमें उनका स्वागत करना है, and we really feel gratitude that we have so learned persons on the dais, and especially Professor Sunita Singh Gupta. I mean, it's true everything is changing, but two important things are not changing: love and pure consciousness. And she talked about human framework for the organizations, but I think we need human framework at every part of the life, in our house, in our institutions, in our country, everywhere. We should have a human framework. And especially as a teacher, when I go to the class, I feel love and consciousness should be there so that I can give to my students that same feeling. So thank you very much for sparing your time and coming here and giving us so much thoughtful thinking. And we are also grateful to Dr. Satish Kumar, who came all the way from Nagpur and sharing what is going to happen in the area of finance, because I'm from the finance area, so I can really feel those changes that's happening. So I hope you will also take away that we are really thankful all the way you have come up and took a flight and directly coming to the institute. We are really, really thankful to you. Whatever we are organizing, it's not an individual person, it's not my job, it's not somebody else's job, it's a whole collective effort. And in that collective effort, leaders have a very, very important role. In that way, I also extend our thanks to Dr. Praveen Gupta, providing all the time, wherever there was a problem, all the time he provides us the light to go forward, forward, forward. I'm also thankful to the organizing committee members, Dr. Joshi and Dr. Bhatt, Famina, Rini, and all the members who are supporting us directly and indirectly. We are truly thankful to you, because without your support, I don't think we can see the light of the day. We are also thankful to the media persons who may be there, and administrative staff, supporting staff, dear students, participants. Without you, we cannot think of having a successful conference. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I request our director, Professor Praveen Gupta, to kindly felicitate our chief guest for today, Dr. Sunita Singh Sen Gupta, with a memento. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Now I request Professor C.P. Gupta to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. Satish Kumar, with a memento.
And I also request Dr. Gaurav Joshi to present Dr. Satish Kumar with a token of our gratitude.
Thank you, sir.
May I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly pose for a group photograph. Thank you, sir. I request all the dignitaries to kindly proceed for high tea. Others are requested to kindly remain seated till the dignitaries leave. We'll start with the session titled Innovations and Transformations Impacting Economy and Business in the Digital Era in 10 minutes.
Hi, checking my voice. Can you hear me? Are the participants able to hear? Can one of you unmute and let me know if you can hear me?
You're audible, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please be seated and please leave the first two rows.
I'll introduce and then after their presentation will also be questioning.
The thing is, you won't be able to talk at the same time, both the participants and you. You have to give a space for us because if we are turning your audio on, turn off the laptop's audio off. So when the participants will speak, your audio will be off.
So right after the presentation ends and she says we are concluding, you off that. But then how will she answer the questions?
We'll manage that, but give us a little like
If I wear my earphones, will that help?
that might help, but still the
Echo will be there. ठीक है. So let's begin only. So you'll have to be very alert there.
Yes, ma'am, I'll be coordinating with that.
Okay.
Please fill the second quadrant and leave the first two rows.
Would you be introducing, sir?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am. She's in the company team. She
Okay,
will.
then tell her to start. We are good to go.
Okay.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. On behalf of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi, I, Divya Bhanot, PGDM student, would like to welcome you all to the International Research Conference 2023. This conference celebrates the exchange of ideas and shared pursuit of knowledge. This conference is not only a presentation of research findings, but a testament to the transformative power of research, where ideas are transformed into reality, challenges are overcome, path to progress is paved. Let us applaud the unwavering commitment of our researchers, whose dedication to the quest for understanding has been instrumental in pushing the boundaries and shaping the future of our world. Now I would like to introduce the chair for this session, Dr. Munis Shakil, professor at Department of Economics at Jamia Millia Islamia. He has a master's and a PhD in economics. Dr. Munis has 17 years of experience in both corporate and academia. He has worked in reputed organizations such as CMIE and EvalueServe in the area of economics and quantitative research. He has also worked with various ministries and government bodies such as the Planning Commission. His expertise lies in the knowledge of various statistical techniques and the relevant statistical softwares for analysis. The co-chair for this session is Dr. Smita Dayal, a program chair for financial management at Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, who has 13 years of experience in academia. She has taught courses at the undergraduate and the postgraduate level. She has an MBA in finance and PhD in e-commerce. Her expertise lies in areas such as managerial finance, management and financial accounting, and portfolio management. Now I request our session co-chair, Dr. Smita Dayal, to kindly felicitate our session chair for today, Dr. Munis Shakil, with the bouquet. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to call Niyati Ahuja for a paper titled The Moderating Impact of Business Group Affiliation on the Relationship Between Internationalization and Firm Performance, a special case for Indian manufacturing MNEs.
Yes, ma'am. And is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Okay, thank you. So good morning, everyone. Here I present my paper, The Moderating Impact of Business Group Affiliation on the Relationship between Internationalization and Firm Performance, a special case for Indian manufacturing MNEs. So basically, I'll just quickly give a brief introduction of the topic. So internationalization is basically an entrepreneurial behavior whereby through innovation, we are trying to expand our reach and are increasing our involvement in international market, maybe by exports, investment, setting up foreign subsidiaries, or involving foreign employees. When we talk about firm performance, we can talk about firm performance in terms of financial as well as operating performance. And what is important here is that there are a number of factors that play a very important role in determining firm performance, be it size of firm age. But another thing which is very important in case of emerging market economies is affiliation to business group, which I'll just come in a minute or so. Then another thing is that in light of globalization and opening up of economies, another factor that has emerged as important factor which influences firms' performance is the presence of firm in the international market. Now, when we talk about the relationship between internationalization and firm performance, it is quite debatable because it is not a direct relationship. There are benefits and costs associated with internationalization, and that is benefit of economy of scale, knowledge acquisition, better opportunities, better access to resources comes with internationalizing as we are able to get access to international market. But there are costs of unfamiliarity, liability on account of newness. Then existing knowledge might not suit the international market. There might be political risk. So the real impact of internationalization on firm performance depends on the cost and benefit analysis. Now coming to what exactly business group affiliation means, I'll just spend a minute here. The emerging market economies are characterized by affiliation of firms to business groups, which are driven by market imperfection. These business groups are a group of firms that are acting independently, but they are connected through a formal or informal network. These groups have aligned interests and help overcome institutional environment. There is better knowledge sharing, resource sharing, better access to capital. It facilitates building relationship, managing market failure, and might improve our performance in a positive direction. But then coming to the negative consequences, affiliation to business group might also create ownership pyramid and lead to agency conflict. These groups might be interested in their personal goal and hence it might put an adverse pressure on firm's performance. Moreover, when it is a group of firm, there is a concern over coordination as well as external scrutiny over the firm that might negatively impact the firm performance. Now, another thing which is that the affiliation of a firm to business group can also can impact the influence of internationalization on firm performance. Like if a firm is affiliated to business group, as I mentioned, that there are available resources which will help in overcoming the liability of foreignness. It will reduce the cost. It will overcome the information asymmetry, and hence affiliation to business group might positively moderate the relationship between internationalization and firm performance. On the other hand, since agency conflict and complexity are accompanying business group affiliation, then because of change in institutional environment, when we are internationalizing, a firm business group affiliation might negatively moderate the relationship between internationalization and firm performance. Now, the rationale of this study is that there has been a recent increase in internationalization, and those firms that are expanding internationally are able to witness international success as well. So prior studies on this have been majorly on developed economies, and in regards of emerging market economies, they have been majorly around China. Now, there are varying views on how business group impacts firm performance and moderates the relationship between internationalization and firm performance. So basically, I'm trying to link two key strategies. One is the innovation done through internationalization and the business transformation through affiliation of business group in this paper. So the objective is to determine the firm level determinants of the Indian performance, then what is the impact of internationalization on firm performance, what is the impact of business group affiliation on firm performance, and how does business group affiliation moderates the impact of business relationship between internationalization and firm performance. So this is a brief review of literature. So when I reviewed the literature, so there are certain the relationship between the DOI and firm performance can be positive, negative, U-shaped, inverted U-shaped, S-shaped, no direct relationship, or it can even be four-stage model. So the review of literature specifically to business group affiliation provided mixed evidence that there can be a positive impact of business group affiliation or a negative impact, or there could be an inverted U impact. So in my study, since the primary aim of this paper is to determine the impact of the moderating impact of business group affiliation on firm performance and internationalization, we have just taken the linear term. That is, I have not evaluated the non-linear relationship between internationalization and firm performance. So as far as my sample entities are concerned, it is 1473 Indian MNEs from the manufacturing sector have been selected. The reason for selecting Indian MNEs are these are emerging market economies and they are characterized by business group affiliation. Moreover, the Provis had data of 17,644 manufacturing company, but since the internationalization is a key variable, so for those companies for which the internationalization variable was available, that are selected. The sample period is 2010 to 20. This is the list of my variables which have been incorporated. Firm performance has been measured using operating profit margin. Internationalization is measured as the export as a percentage of sales, and we have a mixed evidence. So the expected sign is positive or negative. It will depend on our sample. Firm size is proxied using net sales, and its size represents growth and resources. So it is expected to have a positive sign. Firm age is incorporated using current year minus year of incorporation, but there are mixed evidence here also that as age increases, experience increases, and hence performance might improve, but young firms are also innovators, so it can be either positive or negative. Product differentiation is measured using selling and distribution expense as a percentage of net sale. It is expected to have a positive sign. Financial leverage is measured using debt to equity, is expected again to have a mixed impact. It can either be positive or negative. Management effectiveness is measured using total asset utilization ratio, and more effective the management is, it is expected that firm performance will increase. Liquidity ratio is measured using a quick ratio. Again, there were mixed evidence in the literature, so it could either be positive or negative. Human resource management using employee utilization ratio expected to have a positive impact. Now, business group affiliation is incorporated using a dummy variable, which is given 1 if the firm is affiliated to business group and 0 otherwise. As discussed prior, it can have either a positive or a negative impact. Now, the moderating impact of the business group is incorporated using the interaction term of business group affiliation with exports. The expected sign, again, it could be either positive or negative. Now, when we come to the data description, it is a panel data with 1473 cross-section, 11 time periods. Provis is the data source. Data has been used for data analysis. Research methodology, multicollinearity has been tested using VIF, heteroscedasticity tested using Brush-Pragan test for heteroscedasticity, autocorrelation through Woolrich serial correlation test. And coming to this panel regression analysis, we have used dynamic panel data model, recognizing that there is endogeneity issue. The firm performance in the current year can be influenced by its previous year performance, and there are the factors which influence firm performance. Internationalization variable is endogenous and is most likely affected by the unobserved factors. So there is a possibility of reverse causality as well. So research methodology, dynamic panel data, the methodology adopted is system in GMM, Arellano and Bower system GM and Blunden and Bond system GMM method. The prerequisites for Eller Bond are that there should be a linear functional relationship, it should be a dynamic panel model, there should be a problem of endogeneity, heteroscedasticity and autocorrelation. But once we do a dynamic panel model using system GMM, there are certain post-estimation tests that are to be followed. One is the Arellano bond test for second autocorrelation and Sargent test for the validity of instruments that we have used. These are the hypotheses of my study. Now coming to the results. So when we did the VIF test, it is less than 10, so there is no multicollinearity issue. But heteroscedasticity is present and autocorrelation is also present. So now I present my dynamic panel data result. So the highlighted bold one are the significant variables. So we find out age, marketing intensity, quick liquidity, which is quick ratio, employee utilization ratio, and exports to be significant variable. Now, one thing I will highlight here is that when I took business group in this model without interaction term, it was not found to be significant. But when business group was introduced with the interaction term, the business group independently has a positive impact on firm performance, but the interaction term has a negative impact. So we say that the business group has a negative moderating impact on the relationship between internationalization and firm performance. So this is the detail of my result. So since the lagged variable is considered to be is found to be significant, so firm performance is time persistent. Another thing I would like to highlight here is with respect to product differentiation, marketing intensity, we expected a positive sign, but we achieved a negative sign, which means that marketing and advertisement expenditures are immediate expenditure, the benefit of which is consumed in the current year like any other expenditure, and it is not generating intangible assets. Now, firm age is found out to be positive, which means as firm ages, performance increases. Liquidity is also found to be positive, which indicates that the Indian firms are able to meet their short-term obligation and are able to improve their firm performance. Now, employee utilization ratio is found to be significant, but with a negative coefficient. Now, employee utilization ratio was total income by employee cost. We know that employee cost is linked to the human resource quality. So we interpreted that since the employee cost is low, it would mean that the human resource quality is low, which is having a negative impact on firm performance. Export intensity is found to have a positive impact, which means as internationalization increases, firms' performance increases. This would be that we are able to internationalize with the existing infrastructure, so we are able to find a positive relationship between exports and firm performance. Business group dummy is not found to be significant in the first case, but on introduction of the interaction term, it was found to be significant, which means that business group, if we talk about the in business group affiliation, it helps to overcome the weak institutional environment, but international expansion brings a change in the institutional framework, which a firm is affiliated to to a business group is not able to adapt. The internationalization process involves greater complexities and agency conflicts and concern over coordination. So that is why, in light of internationalization, the business group affiliation has a negative moderating impact. Now, the post-estimation tests were found to be okay. That means serial correlation was present at order 1, but not at order 2. And the Sargan-Hansen test also said that the instrument used are valid and the results are accurate. Now, so we conclude that internationalization has a significant positive impact, and business group affiliation negatively moderates the relationship between internationalization and firm performance. The current study basically focuses on manufacturing sector. So I would say limitation of my paper is that it cannot be generalized to service sector. Moreover, we have just used exports to measure internationalization, and this non-linear relationship has not been incorporated here. As per the practical implication is concerned, that we should innovate, the firms should innovate, they should use their entrepreneur skill to internationalize. The government should also provide export incentive, but they should be cautious about the agency conflicts that may arise when the firms are affiliated to the business groups. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Nayati. All right, so heteroscedasticity was a
Ask if you are able to hear me properly or not.
Hear you, Niyati.
So, am I audible?
now you are audible, yes. You were saying something?
No, I was saying, I know I was too fast in between. I could not stop because I just wanted to share all my slides. and I
That's okay.
had the
That's okay. So I want to understand that since there was the presence of heteroscedasticity,
Yes,
so
sir.
do you address that or?
It was addressed, sir. Basically, the system GMM model addresses the issue of heteroscedasticity, autocorrelation, as well as endogeneity. The normal panel data regression model, which we use as fixed effect or random effect, that addresses the issue of heteroscedasticity and autocorrelation, but endogeneity is not accounted in that.
Right. Okay. Fine. So, and the second question, what were the main independent variables that were significant? All
Main
of them
independent.
or some
No,
of
no,
them
no.
were?
No, all were not significant, sir. So if I talk about firm age came out to be significant, product differentiation as a determinant came out to be significant, employee utilization came out to be significant. The
How many
primary way,
did you take earlier? Total independent variables number?
total variable was, sir, 7 and 2 with respect to business group. So 9 independent variables.
Of that, how many are significant?
Sir, I think 4 to 5 were significant, sir.
Right, quite half of them were significant.
Right, sir.
All right. So that was a good presentation, and that's it from my side. In case anybody has any questions from the audience, they can ask. No?
Couple of things that. So, hi Niyati, it was good to hear you. Couple of observations. One of it, of course, although you've segregated your literature, different perspectives very well through the different curves that you told us that have emerged in the literature. But I felt that they are quite dated. So the literature was quite dated. We don't have any recent studies which are part of your literature review, as much as I could observe on the slide.
No, no, ma'am. Actually, I'll just admit this is a part of my PhD thesis. So I have all the literature. I summarize. I tried to, because it was short of time, I just tried to sum up in a table. So that is why maybe you could be seeing the old dated studies. I'll make a note of it.
Internationalization would require a lot of capital expenditure, and whose impact on firm performance may not be visible very quick. So there could be lag effects of probably 2 years, 3 years, or even beyond that. So have you, kept that in mind while you were doing the regression?
Ma'am, it was just one. I just introduced a 1 year lag. I mean, like you're absolutely right in your observation that it could have a 2 year, 3 year lag also. But I've just introduced 1 year lag in my study.
Okay, so maybe you could consider that when.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
And when you're looking at firm performance, again, only taking one single variable as net profit margin could be very restrictive in the firm performance can, not just be the operational performance. It could be a market performance. It could be performance like the ROI, ROE, the performance for the shareholders. So why did you not consider that?
Basically, there are different ways to evaluate performance. So what I have done is that I've just focused on operating and financial performance. So in this paper, I've used operating performance, but for the robustness test and consistency test, I've used net profit margin, which indicates the financial performance also. Basically, these are broad indicators. So I just bifurcated my study basis the financial and operating performance.
Okay. So you might just consider, just seeing in literature if they have also looked at how the firms have, featured in the market because of this, step of going abroad or, internationally.
Any
question from
the
audience? Any question from the faculty colleagues? Okay. Thank you so much, Niyat.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call Raj Lakshmi Well for a paper titled The Impact of ESG Activities on Firm Performance.
Can we start?
Begin in about 2 minutes. Just give us 2.
Is the PPT visible, Rajlakshmi? Not yet.
Sir, out of how many marks is not mentioned?
Now is it visible? Not for me. Okay.
Out. So all of these are 150. So we have to give them marks about 10. We just get the final and then we put this later.
Some issues, Priyanka? Yeah, I'm not able to share it. Can you please try sharing it?
But they have considered it out of 10. Each of them are out of 10.
Try once again. I'm also trying here. Yeah.
So 360. This we'll fill up later? Yeah. Sure. Okay.
हम पहले ही टीम पे लॉगिन कर ले।
Choose the window option for sharing. I'm sure you should be able to.
Ask them to email you the PPT.
I click on that option. It shows also sharing, and then it got disabled. What the issues?
Ma'am, you can email us the PPT.
Yeah, I'm trying, Priyanka. Just a second. Okay. How about my screen? Is it? Not yet, ma'am. Actually, it shows as Microsoft is sharing a window. Okay, okay. So we'll wait for a minute, ma'am. Still not visible? No, ma'am. I'll try again, okay? One last time.
Ma'am, it's visible.
Are you able to? No, I'm not able to, ma'am. Can we send it to organizers and if they can? We are unable to share our PPT. Is there any way you can help us out?
But we can see the PPT, no?
Are you able to see? Can we start? I'm not able to see it. Yes. I think let's try turning off our camera. Internet may be the issue. Yeah. Can we just turn off our camera to get a bandwidth? If you are able to see our PPT, can we just turn off the camera to get a better bandwidth?
Ma'am, you can try to reshare your PPT. Try and reshare your PPT.
Okay, reshare. Okay. Do I need to click on entire screen or window? Though I've tried all the options, but still if any one of you can please guide me.
Can we?
I mean, are you able to?
For now, we will be moving to the next participant.
Are you able to see the PPT?
Yes, we are able to see the PPT. I think you can start your presentation and
We'll start. Yeah, you can start that one from the PPT. If they are able to see it, you can just change. Panel members of IRC. Good afternoon, panel members of IRC 2023. We are two presenters. I'm Rajalakshmi Vail. I have with me my co-presenter Priyanka Zala. Our work is on ESG performance, which is one of the most discussed and researched topics of late. So with the advent of ESG reporting, I'm moving to the next slide. I hope you're able to see. So with the advent of ESG reporting getting mandatory for companies, there is a new data set that is available on the sustainability performance of companies. That is nothing but the ESG scores. If we try to understand what is ESG reporting, it is the practice of disclosing information about a company's performance, risks and opportunities in three key areas, that is environmental, social and governance. Simply speaking, people, planet, and managing the internal affairs of the companies. So ESG has actually become an indicator of a company's sustainability performance. If we think why ESG counts, I would say that ESG these days is very vital for capital allocation decisions of investors. We would all agree that good disclosures builds the investor confidence. At the same time, a poor disclosure is a threat for the market and economy. So looking at it from all these perspectives, we would say that today's stakeholders view ESG as a measure of long-term value creation, cutting costs and promoting innovation. Hence, we have picked up this theme. There's one more reason why we focused on ESG for our work. I'm in the third slide. Can I ask, you are able to see?
so we are not able to see the slides moving because we're still on the first slide, but I think you can continue with the presentation and go a little slow so that we can be aligned to it even without the PPT.
Okay, right. So initially I insisted upon the importance of ESG for companies. Now I'm going to talk about the regulatory angle. So business responsibility reporting, which we call it as BRR, which was mandated by SEBI in 2012.
this was stepped up to business responsibility and sustainability reporting, but it was more on a voluntary basis till the financial year 2020-22. But from the year 2020-23, BRSR, that is, as a part of the annual report, business responsibility and sustainability report has been made mandatory for the top 1,000 listed firms by market capitalization. Now, what does that convey? That simply conveys that now we have a huge amount of ESG disclosure across industries, a voluminous data. But how are we going to use this data? One way we can use this data is to see these ESG disclosures through the annual reports, which are captured as ESG scores by many research firms. Are they translating into positive firm performance and market value? So that's exactly the central theme of our study. That is, like, we are trying to see the impact of ESG score on the firm performance. So to be very specific, we have taken the ESG scores and we have seen its impact on financial metrics by looking at it, by looking at the ROA and ROE. We are also looking at the market performance by looking at the Tobin skew value. We are also finally looking at the relation between ESG scores and market value by linking it with PE. The methodology and the estimation model of our study is this. We want to examine whether the environmental, social, and governance activities, which is measured by the ESG score, whether they impact the financial, market, and market value of listed firms in India. We looked at a sample which was like a huge database of 1,000 listed companies. But when we looked at a 10-year data set, this ESG score was available continuously for nearly 80 companies. So that became our primary data set. However, when we had to eliminate some more companies for the missing data, our final sample consists of 63 companies over a period of 2014 to 23, whose ESG scores we have extracted from Thomson Reuters Econ database. You would certainly agree with me that there are many agencies who calculate these days ESG scores and make it available for dissemination. However, Thomson Reuters merely includes 400 company-related metrics in order to comprehensively calculate the ESG score, a very robust database. Hence, we have used the ESG score from Thomson Reuters database. So our research model is this. ESG score, in order to measure the ESG performance, we have taken the ESG score, which is our independent variable. Our dependent variables are, for financial performance, it is ROA and ROE. For market performance, we have taken Tobin skew, and for market value, we have taken the PE. We have used 3 control variables as a part of our study. Firm size measured by log of total assets, financial leverage measured by total assets to total debt to total assets, and firm age log of the age of the firm. The hypothesis, in a very brief way, if I have to convey, that first hypothesis mainly talks about whether ESG performance statistically impacts the financial performance, that is ROA and ROE. Second, ESG performance, whether it statistically impacts the market performance, that is the Tobin skew. ESG performance, whether it statistically impacts the market value, that is through PE. The tools of our study, we mainly use panel data regression to examine the impact of ESG disclosure on financial, market, and market value of our sample firms. In order to minimize endogeneity bias estimation, estimation techniques like random effects model and fixed effects model is used. This is in line with the previous studies that we have referred. Hausman test is used to determine whether the fixed effects model or the random effects model is appropriate, also quoted by literature review. So we also have a supporting, lit review and I would say a theoretical perspective to our study. So it's the stakeholder theory which strongly supports this theory. So we draw our support from the stakeholder theory, which says that sustainable practices contribute to long-term value creation, enhancing the overall organizational performance. In order to discuss the results of our study, I invite Dr. Priyanka Zala.
Thank you, Raja.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, so the table, first table, which is about the descriptive statistics. So I'll briefly conclude the results as well. So descriptive statistics shows that average ESG score of sample companies for the research is reasonably good. It is 50.815. Financial performance in terms of ROA and ROE, market value in terms of PE is also satisfactory, and market performance represented by Dobbins Q is extremely good. So this shows that efforts are made to integrate the sustainability measures by sample companies. And the next data analysis is about correlation metrics. And the findings of correlation metrics shows that ESG is positively associated with financial performance presented by ROA and ROE. And with all the control variables also, it is positively correlated. The control variables that we have included for our study are firm size, financial leverage, and firm age. And the correlation matrix is results shows that it is negatively associated with market performance presented by Dobbins Q and market value presented by PE. We have so there are basically two types of panel data regression models, namely fixed effect and random effect panel data regression. To determine the suitability of model for our study by conducting the Horseman test, which primarily focuses on whether the generalized test square estimates and covariance estimator of common parameter are different, and for which the null hypothesis was that the random effect model is preferable. So after conducting the Horseman test, the result shows that p-value is less than 0.05 for model 1, which is a ROA model. For model 3 also it's less than 0.05, which is the Dobbins Q model, and for model 4 also, which is the PE model. So which leads to rejection of the null hypothesis. And we conclude that fixed effect model is preferable for this model. In the case of model 2, which is a ROE model, the p-value is more than 0.05, and we fail to reject the null hypothesis. And we conclude that random effect model is preferable in this case. Coming to the regression analysis, result for individual model. So for first model of ROE model, ESG scores coefficient is positive, which indicates ESG performance is positively related to financial performance. I request other participants to please mute their mic. I think there is echo coming. ESG scores coefficient is positive, which indicates ESG performance is positively related to financial performance presented by RO. And the significant influence of ESG, testing it statistically, the p-value is 0.00, which is less than 0.05. We reject the null hypothesis. And we conclude that ESG performance as a measure of ROA has a significant impact on the financial performance of the sample companies. Coming to the next model, regression model, ROE model. So in the case of ROE model, the statistical result shows that p-value is 0.22, which is greater than 0.05. And we fail to reject the null hypothesis and conclude that ESG performance does not have significant impact on the financial performance of the firms, which is measured by ROE. Our next model, regression analysis, Dobbins Q model result. I'll summarize the result, and in this case, ESG score coefficient is also positive, which indicates that positive relationship between ESG's performance and market performance represented by Dobbins Q. And statistical results shows a significant influence of ESG performance on firms' market performance, as p-value is less than 0.45. And we conclude that ESG performance has a significant impact on the market performance of the firm. For the next model, that is regression analysis for PE model, the ESG score coefficient is positive, which indicates positive correlationship between ESG's performance and market value of the firm. And the statistical result shows that there is significant influence of ESG performance on firms' market value if P-value is less than 0.05. And we conclude here that ESG performance has a significant impact on the market value of the firm. Now I invite Rajlakshmi ma'am to finally conclude our paper.
Thanks, Priyanka. Just a short conclusion. So we understand that the empirical results reveal a positive association between ESG score and firm performance. This is in turn supported by the stakeholder theory and many other lit reviews that we had seen. So with regard to developing markets, we find that this ESG scores have a positive impact on firm performance. This is a huge motivation whenever corporates make an effort to disclose in terms of ESG. This is also in consensus with the previous literature, which says that ESG proactive firms reap economic benefits. We also find that ESG score has a positive impact on PE too. So we feel that ESG effort is valued by market participants. So we always know that any CSR activity or ESG reporting is welcomed by market participants, leading to positive valuations. If there is any managerial implication of our study, we would like to put it this way, that active engagement in ESG activities, especially for Indian corporates who are mostly family-owned businesses, this would produce financial results, positive financial results and market value. Hence, managers can put sustainability issues at forefront in order to enjoy a high company performance. That's our conclusion. Thank you. Very sorry, our PPT didn't support us.
No worries.
No worries.
Yeah, sure. All right, thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions from my side. One, the ESG score correlation with other variables are pretty low, except for one. So how do you see that? Am I audible?
It was not clear actually, it was lagging slightly.
Is that the correlation metrics that you correlation with other variables is pretty low, I believe, except for one. So how do you interpret that?
Yes, sir. So correlation, yeah, it shows positive correlation, though the significance relation is not that strong, but then there is a relationship. But when it's come to impact, when it comes to running the regression analysis, except P model, we can see the impact of all other on all other variables. The impact of ESG independent variables on all other dependent and controlled variables other than the PE ratios.
Okay. Is there any minimum threshold value of the ESG scores which is considered to be low, or any value below which it is considered to be low and above that it is considered to be good?
Sir, the voice was breaking.
Is considered
However, I would.
Numeric value?
Yes, sir, 0.5 and above is considered to be a good. Closer to the 1 is considered to be the strong association. In our case, there is positive association, but we did not get the strong association.
ESG
No,
with the
what I'm saying, the companies that you have chosen, the sample size, right? All of them were listed companies, isn't it? So the ESG scores were good of all these, or they were, some companies were below the threshold values, some threshold
ESG
bad.
scores. It was not all of them had good ESG scores. We picked up a range of 70 to 100 for the ESG scores.
Okay. So that
Overall
means that
ESG scores, because there were which had poor ESG scores in this database, as low as 59, 55, 40s also. So we eliminated all those scores below 70.
okay. So that means if you would have taken those companies as well, we could have a better, understanding, in the sense that it is quite possible the other way around as well, that the companies which have low ESG scores may be doing financially better.
Possible. Correct. You are
So
right.
yeah, so that can be compared in case you wanted to add that, or you want in the future maybe.
Yeah, very valid point. I think it is good to consider all of them except for, instead of keeping 70 as the number. You are right, sir.
Okay, that's from my side. Thank you.
So, are these all Indian companies?
Yeah, they are all the top. First, we filtered the top 1,000 by market capitalization when SEBI made it mandatory. That is, BRSR. So once we filtered that, we kept the next filter as companies with 100 to 70 ESG scores. Then we got a list. In that, we further filtered for 10 years data. And then after removing the missing data, we finally came down to 60.
So that is fine, but see, over the past 5 years, there have been over 500 studies which have been, done on ESG and firm performance. So one thing we would be interested as a panel to understand, what was the differentiation that you tried to bring in this study over the others that have been done in literature?
Got it, ma'am. Like I would say that when we reviewed the data, especially when it, as you said, there are more than 500 plus studies world over. But when you review the literature for the Indian markets, though there are a handful of studies in the last 2 years, 21, 22, and 23.
No, I'm talking about studies which have been done in India itself, are in that kind of number. So that's why I actually asked you the question, did you consider only companies in India? Because then probably, you could have done it between emerging, developed economies and seen the difference. Or probably if you've taken, what if, like I mentioned in the previous presentation also, what if the ESG activity as an expenditure happens to show up results 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. So have you taken the lag effect? Have you also looked at, maybe ESG has not impacted performance? What if it has reduced the risk for a company, and that is, somehow, any kind of integration in that model did you try, apart from just a plain vanilla?
We added one more. One thing which we tried was we added one more dependent variable, which was PE. Earlier studies mostly had ROE, and Tobin's Q, and PE effect was not seen. So probably we thought by incorporating that one more dependent variable, the study can have more insights, is what we thought. But as you said, probably on a larger picture, it can be further thought in terms of maybe, seeing the manufacturing versus services or across countries. Yeah, those things are all possible. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So any question from the audience? Faculty colleagues?
One observation again. I would like to add one more thing. This can be not only done just at the country level, but can be done at the industry level as well. So that way we could find, and then you can of course use ANOVA to test which of the groups have that kind of a, positive or negative relation, whatever. So that would add to your research.
Yeah, the manufacturing services type, or the ones with high emissions and the ones with low emissions, naturally their ESG score.
Right,
Yes,
right.
that's
Okay,
also a good thought. Yeah.
thank you, thank you.
Good, sir. Thanks to both of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now I would like to call Ms. Vani Kanodia for a paper titled Innovative Sustainable Transportation Solution to Combat Challenges Related to Consumer Buying Behavior, Sustainability and Green Economic Development to present their work.
Good afternoon to all panel members. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes,
you're
ma'am, you're
audible.
audible.
Is my PPT
Yes,
visible?
ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. Shall I start, ma'am? Okay. So my topic of today is innovative, sustainable solution to combat challenges related to consumer buying behavior, sustainability, and green economic development. So as we all know that we are in as the 21st century is marked by unprecedented challenges, and among which the interplay of consumer buying behavior and sustainability imperatives and the pursuits of green economic development stand as a pivotal triad. And according to several studies and according to Chen 2002, according to him, is world population will expand from 6 billion to 10 billion, and this will also increase the vehicle population, which will grow from 700 million to 2.5 billion in next 50 years. So as the problem of petrol and non-renewable sources also at exhausting stage, which will not only affect the pocket of every economy in the world, but the interdependable as well, because it will affect the atmospheric pollution. And the pressing issue of escalating emissions and traffic congestions and resource depletion emphasize the critical need for the transformative solution. And we can see that in our recent AQI also in Delhi as well as Delhi NCR. And emission from the transport is estimated to increase to 84%, which will intensify pollution level by 2030. So importance of switching over to the renewable energy is an inevitable measures to help to prevent that effect of global warming, like electric vehicle or battery vehicle. So it is important to understand how innovative and sustainable transportation will play a role in combating the challenges related to ecological issues, related to sustainability issues and developmental issues in an economy. Now, the Indian scenario, when we talk about the Indian scenario, just as I mentioned that our AQI index is it is at very dangerous level, and India is already touched the deleterious levels of pollution, and still it is never stopping in the case of metropolitan cities. So stringent policies are required to achieve the sustainable goals, and we have to focus on the sustainable transportation. And when we see the data, India is ranked third in global greenhouse emissions after US and China, and second rank on energy related greenhouse gases emissions, and transport related carbon emissions is around 87%, which is attributable to road transportation. As I said in my first slide, that three players are playing the pivotal role for sustainability and sustainable transportation, which is consumer buying and buying behavior, and sustainable technology innovation, and green economic development, which is dependable on the basis when sustainable transportation is applicable, implemented in our daily lives. So according to Brown and Lee, which emphasized in 2018 that consumer choices play a pivotal role in shaping the transportation landscape, and the nexus between the consumer preferences, environmental consciousness, and the willingness to embrace the sustainable alternatives form a critical foundation for designing the intervention that resonate with the end user. And when we talk about the sustainable technology innovation, which is in the study of in recent studies, Smith et al., 2020, electric vehicle not only present a cleaner alternative to traditional combustion engine vehicle, but also act as a catalyst for the development of robust charging infrastructure. And it will lead to smart transportation system and leverage the artificial intelligence and Internet of Things to optimize the traffic flow, reduce the congestions, and enhances the overall efficiency. And integration of these technology will have the potential to redefine the landscape of urban mobility and promoting not only the sustainability, but also leads to economic growth through innovation. And when we talk about the green economic development and policy imperative, which also highlighted in the study of Johnson and Wang, which says that impact of regulatory frameworks and tax incentives, emission standards on shaping sustainable transportation practices is very much required. Now, the question arises, what is the way to solve these problems? The way to solve this problem is to switch over to sustainable transportation. Sustainable transportation.
I may interject. So we are running late in terms of time. So could you just give a gist of the methodology, hypothesis, and the final conclusion?
So, okay. My methodology is basically literature review only on the secondary sources. I go through the reports and I'll show you. So, objective is to analyze the factor influencing the consumer preferences and potential barriers to adoption. And second is examine and evaluate the effectiveness. And third is evaluating the economic impacts of sustainable transportation solution. And my research methodology is secondary source only, because I did only literature review on systematic and comprehensive approaches used. And I identified the literature from the academic databases, which is Science Direct, Google Scholar, and IEEE. And search terms of my literature is sustainable transportation, electric vehicles, smart transportation system, policy intervention, and consumer behavior, and other relevant topics. I included peer-reviewed articles, book conference proceedings, and reputable reports. So should I continue with the literature? I divided, as I said, the consumer behavior is a fundamental of implementation of sustainable. Yes,
This is
sir?
done manually? Something like that?
Sir, I did manually this time, but I'll use in the future Medley and other softwares, because I'm learning that software as I am a research scholar.
Okay. So one more thing. So use the research. I mean,
Evaluated on the basis of the literature review I did, and the terms and the factors they have used that affect the adoption of the sustainable transportation, that I return in this
You're
that's
trying
why I
to
use.
do a meta-analysis, that means?
Sir, made the analysis on the basis of only literature review, not any software.
So, okay, finally, what are your results and conclusion?
Okay, I'll come to the results. So my results is the study revealed a significant positive relation between the consumer level of environmental, through the literature review, environmental awareness and their preferences for sustainable transportation mode. And as in the literature review, economic constraints and lack of infrastructure emerged as a primary barriers to widespread the adoption of sustainable transport. And the study also found association between the awareness of technological advances in sustainable transport and the charging perceptions. And lastly, the lack of charging stations highlights the significance of developing the infrastructure for charging EVs and other sustainable transport, which can act as a, now this is as a barrier for Indian consumer also. This can be turned into drivers for adoption of sustainable vehicle. And this is my conclusion. And this is policy implication that policymakers should focus on designing and implementing initiatives that enhance the awareness and incentives and sustainable practice, which will facilitate for green infrastructure.
Okay. So tell me, how many research papers have you reviewed?
Sir, I reviewed more than 50, but I included in this study, the reference which I have given is for 50, which is relevant for my paper.
So one suggestion, that in results there were 7 results, 7 findings, 7 findings. You should have written how many number of papers are talking about the first result and the number, right? So that would have been an added information for us and for the audience and even for you. So again, you should use, text analytics, which you said you are learning. That would be very helpful and an efficient way of doing literature review, right? So there are softwares like R and others also, Python also. So which one of the packages are Shiny that is being used, right? So nowadays, even in PhDs, the scholars are trying to do literature review using text analytics and trying to automate literature review process. So the time that otherwise PhD scholars used to take was 1 to 2 years just reviewing the literature. Now that you can do that probably in 3 months, and then delve into and narrow down and zero in into your specific 10, 15, 20 papers exactly related to what you are trying to do. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Something, right?
I'm good. If there are any questions from the audience? Yes, we have a question from the audience. So our our PGDM student Satyam would be asking the question.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, I have a question. Like you mentioned about the sustainable transportation. So for the EVs part you mentioned, there is a batteries used which are like for the future run, they are harmful if they are disposed, because they are not the proper ways for the disposal of those batteries. So can that also not be included on that paper? Some aspects of it?
Ma'am, can you repeat the question, because it's echoing, so I'm not able to understand the question.
Ma'am, I am repeating my question. Like you mentioned about the EVs for the sustainable transportation. So the batteries used in the EVs are not properly disposable as per current scenario. And for the future run, they are like harm to the environment. So would that not be the point which should be mentioned on your paper, so that we can be able to know whether, how can we manage those things, hazards?
Ma'am, not able to.
So he's asking about the, the negative externalities related to the disposal of the batteries which EVs use. So have you factored that in as a component of your study, or he suggests that you should factor in perhaps?
is making more negative impacts, not the positive impacts. But when we considered as a, when we inculcate, when we implement that, जैसे I said कि EV include करने से it will lead to smart transportation, मतलब smart transportation, it will lead to artificial intelligence, and it will also lead when we charge, when we see the charging stations. So when we will move towards the renewable source of energy, like solar system charging.
Okay, thank you.
And
Thank you,
yes.
thank you. So who asked the question? What's the name? Very good question. I think everybody should applaud for the question that he has asked. Sadhya. Good question, because
Future.
the same question was in my mind. I didn't ask. So very good question indeed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Vani, thank you so much. We'll move on to the next presenter.
Now I would like to call Jyoti Moy Roy for a paper titled An Automated Sentiment Polarity Detection Model in Financial News, a Machine Learning Approach, to present their work.
Hello. Hello.
You're audible, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Hello?
sir, you're audible.
Hello.
Hello, sir, you're audible.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Wait. Wait. Are you able to see my slides? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. And good afternoon, the distinguished panel members. So my topic of presentation is a sentiment polarity detection model of financial news, machine learning approach. So I'll directly discuss about the motivation on the topic, why I take up this study. It is, see, nowadays, whatever sector we see, whatever industry, whatever sector, it is getting overfilled, you can say, inundated with lots of data. So extracting information, important, crucial information from those raw data become very crucial for any kind of decision making. So this is the basic, this is the motivation to take up this study. Okay. So actually, what technique that generally used to determine or to extract the information out of those, say, as my study area is financial news, so how could I extract that important information from those financial news that can be later on used for any decision making? So for that, we have one technique called sentiment analysis. So these are some of the definition, as you can observe from my slides, that it is used to categorize or identify the emotions within the text. Then opinion mining, what's the opinion that one speaker is trying to say in that text. Then text sentiment classification. So how we can classify the opinion in that text? Actually, I take up this task, text sentiment classification. Means how I can classify the text into these three classes: positive, negative, or neutral classes. Then the objective of my study is to develop, as in the title itself I have mentioned, is to develop a model.
Jyotimoy, we would
Yes.
request to keep it crisp, and you can directly come to your sample size, methodology, and results.
Okay.
That's what we are interested in.
Okay. I'm into it only, sir. Just I haven't
Please
made my
change your
slide.
slides also.
So yes, this is the objective to develop the model, and I have used the methodology like the accuracy measures, the metrics that I've used. It's F1 score, ROC, then accuracy that I'll show you. Okay, sir. Later.
You're not able to see.
Slides moving. It's still on the first slide.
Madam, but out here it's okay. It's working fine.
Now we're seeing the data set. Yeah.
Maybe. Okay, fine. Maybe I have done the entire screen, that thing, that's right. Okay, now you can see?
Keep changing.
We're on the
Okay,
data
okay.
set slide.
Data set, that is radial secondary data set that is developed by this authors, Mello, in 2014. So it has a composition of 4,845 statements, and it is divided into this 59% neutral category. Means it's a labeled data set. The data set has been it consists of text statements. That statement has been labeled, and the composition is like this.
So the tokens are statements and not words in the data set.
The statements like we see the headlines of the news. Headlines of the news. Suppose we see now in a newspaper, the e-newspaper, there is a description and the headlines. So that headlines. So that headlines has been labeled as positive, negative, and neutral categories. It's
Fine. Go ahead.
no, sir. So the methodology is, this is a standard process that we follow in machine learning in order to make it ready, make the data ready for the algorithms, classification algorithm. So first we have to do the lower casing, means we convert the text into lowercase. Then tokenization means we convert it into different words. We take each and every words. And out of that we filter out if there is any, suppose like non-alpha numeric means 4, suppose 4a, my name, suppose Jyotirmoy, plus we have 4 numeric number. So we try to extract all those things and then remove the stop words. Stop words like is, the, and, because they do not have any importance in the statement generally. Lemmatization means, sir, is to convert the word into base form, right? Dancing would be converted into dense, like the base form. Then we go for feature extraction. Feature extraction means this would be given as input to the algorithm. So the extraction method that we have used is term frequency inverse. Means, see, we have to after that standard procedure, we have to convert the text into numbers. So in order to convert the text into numbers, we have to convert the text into numbers. So this is the technique that I have used. This is called term frequency inverse document frequency. So here is the form.
All right, go ahead.
Sir, you are lagging.
Yes, go ahead. I think he has freezed. The screen has freezed, I believe.
So we'll wait for about a minute and then we'll move on. Or can you ask him to rejoin?
Sir, please.
We will now request the next presenter, Mr. Shivansh, to.
I would like to call Mr. Shivansh Singh for a paper titled Regulation Governing Equity Crowdfunding, a Systematic Literature Review, to present their work.
I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so hello everyone. I will be presenting my paper titled Regulations Governing Equity Crowdfunding, a Systematic Literature Review. So when we talk about any business, so any business needs capital to run up. So and for that capital, there are a variety of sources from where the funds can be raised, and one of that sources is crowdfunding. So crowdfunding basically means the raising capital, raising finance from large number of investors and from large number of public. So crowdfunding is of basically 4 types. First one is reward based, then debt based, then donation based, and then equity based. Reward based, as the name suggesting, the investor is giving reward to a project or a program. Debt based means when the fund giver is giving his money as a form of debt. Donation based, again as the name is saying, so when the public is donating their money to a program, that is donation based. And the fourth one is equity based, which is our focus. The investors are giving their money in the form of their equity investments. So the equity crowdfunding, we tried to sum up the literature whatever existed with respect to the equity crowdfunding regulations. This is the brief historical developments that took place in the field of equity crowdfunding. So the equity crowdfunding begins to emerge around early 2000s, where some of the platform like Artist Shares appeared on the scene. Development in the US, the Jobs Act was enacted by the US Parliament, which
I mean, directly hypothesis, anything objective results.
So so because this is a systematic literature review, so the search query we run up is the regulations, the word regulation and the word equity crowdfunding on 2 database, Web of Science and Scopus. So Web of Science gave us 18 papers and Scopus gave us 56 papers. The duplicates were removed and the final number we got is 57 unique articles. From that 57, based on the title and abstract refinement, we reduced our number to 42. And after receiving this 42 papers, we made a full text screening and Finally, we got our 22 papers, and the study period is 2016 to 2022. This is the Prisma framework which we have used. So initially we got 57 papers. From that 57 papers, the exclusion criteria was that we included only those papers which are in English language, and book chapters were also excluded. So finally, we got 42 articles. From that, we excluded 22 articles after full text screening. The final numbers which we include on SLR study is 22. So about the results, we get to know that there are a variety of regulations existed in this domain. Different countries have their different regulations, and among all of the countries, we studied 26 countries. From that, UK emerges as a pioneer in the evolution of the equity crowdfunding regulations, because they have a separate act, that is Financial Services and Market Act, that is exclusively considering equity crowdfunding domain. Then comes up the US as the already Jobs Act, which was passed in 2012, and likewise. The country like Japan, Israel, and India, they have prohibited equity crowdfunding. And the noteworthy thing is about that few countries have no regulation with respect to the investors limit, as in who can enter in the equity crowdfunding domain, like Finland, France, Italy, and New Zealand. The research directions can be like the motivation behind doing this study, that when we were studying the equity crowdfunding, we analyzed that there is no one document which is entirely summing up the regulations, the global regulations concerning equity crowdfunding. The future research can be with respect to the market growth and the investor protection, transparency, and the platform efficiency that is vis-a-vis coming from the regulations, and the diversity of regulations, as every country has its own set of regulations. So future research can also be done in the respect of global regulations, which can be at the global level, can be implemented or not. So the basic limitation is that none of the author in this paper is related to the legal sector, legal domain. So we just analyze from the perspective of a normal common man that what are the regulations is there in the different countries with respect to equity crowdfunding. These are the references which we have used, and thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Shivansh, for keeping it very brief and crisp. All right, again, my observation is that the number of papers are very limited, and of course, since you've done it manually, so that could be one of the constraints. Otherwise, now it's all about artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, automation. So I would request and suggest that use those techniques so that the sample size increases and the results are also improved. Right? Prisma is the technique, right? But then you can use additionally these softwares like R, Python, whatever that you are comfortable with, or in case you do not know, learn them as soon as possible. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you.
Yeah?
The audience.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, Satyam has a question.
सत्यम को देखिए.
Hello, sir. Sir, I want to ask you, like, I didn't get maybe I am a bit lagging, but what is the value addition of this review or research? Because these are the data which are available from the different research papers, and these are policies. So what are the value addition this is going to be done in our management or some?
You asking this question?
Sorry, sir, I am asking to.
So the value addition is that when we were going through the literature, then we see that there was no single document which was giving us the detail of the entire regulations in the space of equity crowdfunding. So if anyone of us want to know the regulations prevailing in the market. So we have different countries, different regulation documents. So we just, if we see our full paper, then we have prepared a table which include all the 26 countries and their regulations. So that is the unique thing which we have done.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
We have Mr. Jyotirmoy Roy with us again, so he will be continuing his presentation. After 2 minutes, we'll continue the presentation.
Give him only 2 minutes.
Sir, can you present your work in just 2 minutes?
Now it's clear, ma'am? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can see the slide. You can continue.
Okay. So I'll directly jump into the my findings. So the model that I have tried to build with my data, and I have applied this many numbers of classification algorithms, and out of that, top performers are gradient boosting and XGBoost with precision of 0.81. As you can see, accuracy 0.25, XGBoost 0.80. So here I have the middle, the performance of the classifiers, top performers, the consistent performers, and the mid-tier and potential improvement areas that I can do. Next, these are the different metrics that I have used in order to determine the model efficiency. And another metrics that I have used is receiver operating characteristics. So it is generally this is the main findings of my that metrics, receiver operating characteristics. This is also showing that bagging classifier is coming out to be very good performer, but since XGBoost is showing in overall good accuracy measures and precision measures, so I end up taking XGBoost as the main classification algorithm to continue further research to prepare the model. This is the thing. So I would like to conclude that this is my conclusion that the model has been trained on diverse data fields, data set of news headlines, the metrics as well, precision, accuracy. So I think this model can help the decision takers, like in the financial field, like financial markets, financial analysts, to improve in their decision making, sir. So.
All right. So thank you, Shivansh. This is a very good attempt. Jyotimay, sorry. Jyotimay, this is a very good attempt. And only thing that I would suggest is that increase the sample size and don't restrict yourself to sentences. There are other dictionaries also, and especially financial dictionaries that are available in Python, since you have used NLTK, right? And compare, because different dictionaries give different sentiments. Some are based on moods, some are based on, from very positive to very negative kind of a thing. And that would help, right? Otherwise, it is a very good attempt.
Thank you very much, sir.
So where have you retrieved the financial news data from?
It's a financial phrase bank. that has been developed by the authors Mello. Three authors were there in 2014. So I took that data set, because it's a very well-known data set, and all machine learning and learners, they actually try to do on this data set. So I tried on that to improve my model, to build my model.
Okay. Otherwise, it can be also done through real financial news, retrieving it from Yahoo Finance, Bloomberg, Thomas Reuters, and then probably the study would be more current and relevant. That's the only suggestion I
From
have.
those websites, Reuters, Bloomberg's, and they have compiled that data set.
Even in Provis there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for your insightful and informative words. Your perspectives were thought-provoking, and I'm confident that the audience learned a great deal from your insights. The certificates will be shared with the online participants in due time. Now I request our session chairs to proceed for lunch, and the students please remain seated. Good afternoon to one and all present here. On behalf of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi, I, Divya Bhanot, would like to welcome you all to the International Research Conference 2023. This conference celebrates the exchange of ideas and shared pursuit of knowledge. This conference is not only a presentation of research findings, but a testament to the transformative power of research, where ideas are transformed into reality, challenges are overcome, and path to progress is paved. Let us applaud the unwavering commitment of our researchers, whose dedication to the quest for understanding has been instrumental in pushing the boundaries and shaping the future of our world. Now I would like to introduce the chair for this session, Dr. Munish Shakil, professor at Department of Economics at Jamia Millia Islamia. He has a master's and a PhD in economics. Dr. Munish has 17 years of experience in both corporate and academia. He has worked in reputed organizations such as CMIE and InValueServe in the area of economics and quantitative research. He has also worked with various ministries and government bodies such as the Planning Commission. His expertise lies in the knowledge of various statistical techniques and the relevant statistical softwares for analysis. The co-chair for this session is Dr. Gautam Negi, Associate Professor at Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management. Dr. Gautam has 23 years of work experience in both corporate and academia. He has been in the banking sector for 13 years, where he has been part of channels, products, people, and process management. His last assignment was with HDFC Bank, where he served as Vice President. His expertise is in areas such as management of banking and financial institutions, corporate finance, and risk management in banking. Now I would like to call Rachna Singh for a paper titled A Quantitative Analysis on Consumption and Behavioral Pattern of Dairy Consumers and Marketing Trends in Indigenous Agro-Business Supply Chain to present their work.
I would request the participants to switch on their cameras. So not audible. Now? Okay, so I request all the participants to switch on their cameras. Rachna? Please share your screen and PPT and start. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, right? Just check what happened, Rachna. Rachna? Rachna? Please present. All right. So let us move to the next participant. Can you ask her to, she's asking to share her PPT through mail. Next one is here, so can you ask?
Yeah, Vineet. We will move on to the next participant, Mr. Vineet Ranjan, for a paper titled The New Era of Digital Joint Liability Loans in India, to present their work.
Yeah, Vineet, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Vineet. You can start. You can share your presentation as well.
Sure, sir.
Can you switch on your camera, Vineet?
Done, sir.
Yeah. Can you share with him the details for 10 minutes of presentation?
Yeah.
So Vineet, you have 10 minutes to give your presentation, okay? And 2 minutes for the Q&A. Okay.
I'll just start.
You can speak with this all.
So the paper that I worked on is the new era of joint liability loans in India, especially in terms of the digital footprint of fintech in India prevalent in the current scenario, and how digital joint liability loans would especially play a role in terms of acquisition cost, wherein your customer acquisition cost will reduce, and also in terms of the acquisition, how it would play a role in expanding the footprint of digital joint liability loans. So, in terms of the discussion, the topics covered are brief introduction on what digital joint liability loans are there in India. I've written the literature review, the methodology and database that I've used, the challenges that were there. In terms of advances and structure that would be required, my research analysis, and the conclusion. So starting off with the introduction, what digital shared joint liability loans are there in India is like we had the traditional microfinance loans in India, but similar to that, in terms nowadays, what is happening is that instead of going through the physical mechanism of wherein microfinance was done man to man and you had weekly meetings, now the new mechanism is that you go digitally through Play Store or App Store, wherein one person can be the group leader and he initiates people to the group by sending in links and then subsequently creating groups. The entire focus nowadays is that instead of going live man to man and doing collections manually, you prevalently go the digital means, and the collection should also happen digitally, either through NACH, UPI, and going forward through CBDC. In terms of addressing historical barriers, and the historical barriers were primarily that this focus was primarily focused on women in terms of JLGs, but now we also can focus on, we cannot be gender biased nowadays, since in a digital mechanism, earlier the mechanism was that for collections, you had the physical collection team which collected through the woman who was seated at home. In terms of role of digital joint liability loans, it is simply that your CAC would reduce to 1/3 because you don't have to maintain a footprint on the force of land, but everything can happen digitally, and you just need to maintain either 1 or 2 workforce on the ground so that they could assist with the acquisition. And once these guys are more tech savvy going forward, because the prevalence nowadays is that everyone has a smartphone and these guys know how to operate a smartphone, either WhatsApp, YouTube, these guys are already operating. Through the app, they need some help currently basis my interaction with various NBFCs and banks who are operating through the BC model with various microfinance teams. Just give me one second. Sorry, I was getting a call from the institute only that I was giving the presentation or not. So going forward in terms of automation, what level of automation would be required in terms of how Bharat Bill Pay system or through digital payment mechanism like RuPay or Lotus Play or Natch that would play an impact, and how this would help in financial inclusion primarily because man-to-man handling is only happening to an extent. But with the digital footprint like Geo mobile phones in everyone's hand, these guys have access to these systems and financial inclusion can happen. So in terms of literature review, what I've covered is development of the digital financial inclusion, how group-based lending models can happen, whereas in the traditional models, there were around 20 people within a group, but nowadays digital lending mechanisms through JLGs have people as small as in a group of 3. And in terms of what are the social dynamics, so generally what some companies nowadays are doing is that they are lending to blue-collar workers who are generally getting credit of salaries in their bank accounts. So these companies generally get credit information in terms of their not the intent to pay, but the capacity to pay. And through the capacity to pay, they get the intent to pay through their credit metrics, either through CIBIL, CRIF, or other mechanisms. And also through digital mechanisms like they get access to their SMS, wherein they could see some trend in terms of what are the bounces in terms of EMIs, any bills that have not been paid. And also in terms of regulatory frameworks and policy, the challenges are like recently RBI has come out with the policy of increasing the risk weight on consumer loans from 100 to 125%. So RBI indirectly wants to reduce exposure to consumer loans that are in the unsecured segment, whereas they haven't exposed the consumer loan segment in microfinance, wherein the annual household income is less than 3 lakh. So it clearly states that they are against unsecured consumer loans, but not against microfinance loans. So JLG is still a target for them because it classifies under the priority sector lending, and still there's a long way to go. So methodology and database that I've used is I've interviewed various banks, microfinance institutions, online lending platforms, wherein you can call them fintechs nowadays, taken a base of NABARD and various RBI reports. In the case of empirical research, I've done a lot of research in terms of going through credit bureau reports, various reports issued by microfinance institutions, societal groups, and CRIF and CIBIL comes out with reports in terms of trends within the segment of microfinance customers from time to time, which helps you assess their creditworthiness. As well as rating agencies also publish reports of how the segment is performing, but their reports as of date are only considered in terms of the traditional microfinance models. The restriction there is that primarily you need to go the digital way as well. There's a long way to go. That is why recently banks like Yes Bank, IndusInd have focused on acquisition through BC models through fintech platforms rather than sourcing them themselves, primarily for the reason that it would help them in PSL as well as acquisition on financial inclusion footprint. A recent example could be Kotak acquired Sonata Finance, wherein they wanted to increase their footprint towards microfinance. But Sonata was also going the digital way. Somehow these microfinance institutions, through interviews that I've faced with various CEOs and CFOs of these large companies, that traditionally this model was working, but nowadays it's very cost heavy in terms of weekly collections and doing group meetings. They also want to go the digital way, but somehow they are not able to figure out a way because the internal metrics is as such that they are manpower
Yeah,
heavy.
Vineet, just a minute.
Yeah.
So, do you have you done any analysis, statistical, econometric, or machine learning, anything?
I mean, this is
Yeah, yeah.
In terms of data analysis on the digital footprint, as of now, only one company is operational, that is Coach. In terms of that data, I've done that analysis. They have lent to around 50,000 customers. And through that, they focus that around 70 to 80% of their customers are NTC. So the problem there lies with the data is that there's only one company which is going digital. All companies have started digital in last 6 months or so, but they're getting that access to data on footprint within the regulatory
so
scale
basically
is not.
this is a compilation of information that you are
Yes,
presenting.
primarily.
So as such, there is no analysis that you have done, statistical or otherwise, or
Statistically,
any
that data is
survey
not available
through
currently.
questionnaires.
So
No,
surveys were
nothing.
done through questionnaires with microfinance institutions.
This was a structured or an unstructured questionnaire?
So this had to be an unstructured questionnaire because nobody was willing to give structured data in terms of formally because they're still in the phase of giving that out formally in the market.
So share your results and give your conclusion.
Sure. So in terms of research, there's increased reliance on digital disbursements. Earlier, the disbursements were happening manually through cash. Now, entire disbursements are happening directly into the bank account. This has specifically happened post 2016, when the disbursements are happening to bank accounts. Cash reliance in collection mechanism has reduced to a large extent, wherein collections is either through UPI or a NACH. Everyone is encouraging digital transactions. So primarily, a few microfinance institutions nowadays state that they send in a UPI link wherein prior to the due date, these guys can clear their EMIs through the UPI link. The customers' expectations are changing because earlier there was a huge lag in terms of credit assessment and then disbursement. Nowadays, these guys think that the disbursement should happen within a TAT of 1 to 2 days once they file in the forms or a group liability loan. And there's continuously happening innovation in terms of the digital footprint. The competitive landscape is changing on a continuous basis. And in terms of innovations, I think anything happening through a digital platform like Play Store or anything, wherein these guys don't need to visit the branch for collection statements or anything, that's a major impact in the market. So in terms of conclusion, it is increased effectiveness and availability of credit, effect on access of finance to everyone within the landscape who's within the salaried bucket. As of now, digitally, you cannot assess cash salary, but whoever is getting credit in terms of a minimum 8K to 10K has access to finance. And most of these are NTC customers. In terms of accountability, since this is a group loan, if I default, maybe if A, B, C, three people are taking a loan in a group, if A defaults, B and C are liable to pay. And that too is happening digitally. For example, A, B, C each have a EMI of 2,000. So these companies nowadays are taking a NACH mandate of 6K from each. So if A defaults, they can debit B and C for his liability. There's a continuous technological progress in terms of credit evaluation. Your bank statements are verified technologically. You have access to SMS. You have access to other databases. You have access to their contacts. So with one of the interactions with a fintech, they mentioned that if 5 or more customers within the contact list are blacklisted in their account, and since these guys have access to contacts, they reject them by default. So this is the kind of digital footprint that is happening. The regulations are continuously changing. For example, RBI last year came in with a policy wherein the maximum FLDG that a digital company can give is 5% to reduce the effect of consumer loans, wherein earlier FLDG was as high as 100%. So that's also affecting the lending, critical lending space.
Vineet, thank you for your presentation. The only suggestion that I need to give to you is that whatever you are saying is not backed by data. So you're not showing any data to support your claims. So when you're doing such kind of a research, it should, even if you are doing a qualitative research based on certain reports, then you have to cite the data source and the data set to, support your claims. So otherwise, it's a good topic to delve into, but then data is lacking. So you need to work on this. Either get the data from published reports or do a survey of your own.
So in terms of the data through published reports, I have taken access to that, and they are available in my bibliography in the research paper. I have not
But
mentioned
however,
that in the.
is not you're not showing that over here, no?
Right, right. I couldn't show that due to limited time availability, but otherwise it's there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We would be moving forward, and now I would like to call Mr. Siddharth Kumar for a paper titled Understanding Blue Collar Employee Attrition, In-Depth Analysis of Influencing Factors to present their work. This is Siddharth.
Hello, so my screen is visible.
Yes. Your screen is visible. You can start, Siddharth.
So my voice is clear or not?
Your voice is clear.
Okay, sir. So, okay. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are delving into a critical aspect of workforce dynamic and understanding blue-collar employees attrition, an in-depth analysis influencing factor. In this in-depth analysis, we all are uncover the underlying influence of that contribute to this phenomena. So this is the table of content which include introduction, literature review, research question, methodology, expert profile, TSM and its process flow diagram, results, discussion, a recommendation, conclusion, and references. So the introduction part, global significance of blue collar attrition, high turnover rate among blue collar workers significantly impact the economics and the industry worldwide. In India, blue-collar attrition rate at 35% exceed those of white-collar worker, posing a critical workforce challenge. Second, the implication of high turnover rate, decreasing productivity, increasing the operational cost, and loss of institutional knowledge within the organization affect various sectors, undermining overall economic stability and productivity. World Economic Forum's Futures of Job Report 2023 highlights. It projects a global shortage of 85 million qualified blue-collar workers by 2030. Aging workforce and technological advancement contribute to this shortage within an average age of 43 for blue-collar worker by 2023. Urgency to address this attrition factor, it is essential for the stability and the efficiency of the industry and economic relevant on blue-collar worker. There is an urgent need to tackle the attrition factor to ensure a stability supply of skilled labor in this sector. So this is the literature review where we have taken a multiple of research paper. For example, which include Ferre in 2008 found that the low job satisfaction, a poor work-life balance, and lack of career advancement opportunity are associated with higher turnover rate. According to Searle, 2022, toxic workplace culture are characterized by the negative behavior and practices that harm employee morale and productivity and well-being.
According to Khan's in 2023, the occupational gendering, which is the process by which the certain occupation are seen to be being more appropriate for men and women, contribute to earning the disparities between the man and woman. So this literature review consists of the author, the title of the paper, method, the type of method they are using, and the factor of attrition, the type of sector they are looking to, and the type of gender. So the research question comprises of first one, research question one is a factor. Let's identify what makes blue collar worker leave their job in developing countries. Second research question is understanding why they leave in crucial for fixing their issues and keeping them in their jobs. Third research question is let explore how these factors are connect and affect why blue collar worker decided to leave. In terms of methodology, we use data collection. Collection. Conduct 24 semi-structured interview with blue-collar workers. The purpose is to gather the insight into their work experience and reason for attrition. Thematic analysis. These thematic analysis technique are applied to identify the recurring topic and pattern forms the interview aided in creating a conceptual framework for understanding the issue. And the TISM, which is the most important part of this research paper, is the total interpretive structuring modeling. These techniques are used to understand the interrelationship among the identified factor, explore how these factors influence blue collar attrition. These are the expert profile, which consist of expert designation and the year of experience, gender, and the sector associated with that. Um, so what is total interpretive structure modeling? That is TISM. It is a multi-criteria decision-making technique that help to identify and prioritize the interrelationship among the set of factors. So what is the use of TISM in this type of research paper? Actually, this is a powerful tool for complex decision-making problem, such as, for example, in our case, for understanding the factor that derive the blue-collar employee attrition. What is the benefit of using the TISM is to identify the root cause of the problem, prioritize the interventions, and improve the decision-making. And the steps associated with TISM is first one, we have to identify the relevant factor, develop a structure relationship matrix, calculate the driving power and dependence of each factor. And then lastly, we draw a TISM diagram. So these TSM processes include pair-wise comparison, analyze how inadequate pay affect toxic culture and job insecurity.
Siddharth, request you to directly come to your results.
Sir, can I show this flow diagram to explain you how this work?
Quickly and then move on to your results.
Okay, sir. So the flow diagram is indicate that we have collected the data from semi-structured interview, research article, and public report. And then we have, out of these data, we identify the factor, most important factor, and then classify these factor. And on the basis of it, we factorize if the factor is vital or not. If the factor is vital, then we apply TISM and then recommendation and conclusion are then given to it. And these are the result. Uh, so we have identified 12 influencing factor of attrition, which consist of lack of inadequate pay and underpaid time off. And these are the 12 influencing attrition, which out of this, the top influencing factor are inadequate pay and underpaid time off, which rank as the most dominant factor. Then the toxic culture, significantly imparting workplace environment, traveling time, and job insecurity. And the least influencing factors are extracurricular activity and few possibility of retirement. Safety is impacted by the labor union, irregular shift, underused skill. So these are the discussion which we are going to implication of identifying factor on blue collar attrition, the negative work environment, the financial strain, which is the most important, the work-life balance, and the career insecurity. And these are the challenges which are faced by the blue collar workers: their low compensation, workplace hazards, job instability, work-life imbalance. So the importance of addressing these issues are workforce stability. Mitigating these factors can foster a more committed and the stable blue collar workforce. And the operational efficiency, if we have the experienced people, it is very easy to operate in our organization very efficiently and effectively. Then the economic impact, because for taking uh, t- uh, taking people into the organization, it include a various type of cost associated with it and the social responsibility. And these are the recommendation: competitive compensation, safe environment, career
Thank
growth
you.
opportunity. Thank you, sir.
All right.
And these are
I have
conclusion.
three important.
To ask. One is that does TISM work only on categorical data?
TSM can work on uh, no, sir, we cannot say TSM work on the categorical data only. For example, if I choose the thematic analysis, I conduct the we have used the inductive analysis in order to identify the factor, and then we applied TSM on it.
Okay, so tell me, the next question is that how did you, within the TISM model, how did you identify the importance of a factor?
Uh, so first one, we have identify which factor are influencing the most. Uh, those factors which are influencing the most, we make a matrix on basis of it, and then we compare the other factor on the basis of it.
Is there any score that you get within TISM that will
Yes, sir.
determine the importance of a
factor?
Yes, sir. For example, in the previous slide and this slide, uh, we uh, we are able to find out the corresponding ranks or point associated with the type of factor.
how this rank is found out? That is the question.
So, for example, if I want to compare, it is basically used to compare one factor to the other factor. For example, I compare the lack of inadequate pay to the job insecurity. Then how much people are influenced, that these factor are influencing the most. That's how we categorize these ranks and points.
Okay, so last question is how do you measure toxic culture?
Uh, Sir, toxic culture is basically we measure on the basis of the type of semi-structured interview we have taken from the workforce or the people which are working in the various organization. Basically, they are while we are interviewing the people, they tell about the behavior of the supervisor, their superior, so that we can identify these factors are influencing the most, or we categorize into the similar type of things.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Siddharth.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
We'll be moving forward, and now I would like to call Mr. Abu Saeed for a paper titled Impact of Personalized Financial Planning on repurchase intention to buy life insurance, the mediating effect of customer satisfaction, to present their work.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
You're audible. Can you switch on your camera, please, Abu?
So am I visible now, sir? Okay, I'm just sharing my slide, and I'm just starting the presentation.
Your presentation is not visible.
I'm just sharing.
You're also not visible.
Just a moment. I think I'm not visible now.
You're visible now.
Okay. Just I'm sharing the camera presentation. Is my slide visible?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just.
You can open your slides.
Is it now okay, sir?
No, you need to open your slides.
Oh, just a moment. Now is it visible? I think.
Yes.
Okay. So may I start the presentation, sir?
Yes, please.
So
Take about 10 minutes and then leave 2 minutes for questions and answers.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm glad to get the opportunity to make the presentation. My topic of presentation is impact of personalized financial planning on repurchase intention of life insurance, the mediating effect of customer satisfaction. I am Dr. Abu Said Mondal from Swami Vivekananda Group of Institutes, Kolkata. And I will take you to the slides for next couple of 10 minutes. So this is the topic. So insurance, we all know insurance is highly complex and intangible service. And we all know that selling of insurance requires relational selling efforts. You talk about a customer-oriented approach. We talk about a relationship-oriented selling effort for selling life insurance. But in research, we do not find a good number of studies that actually focus on a relation selling efforts. So with this research work, we try to address that gap. And through literature review, we have seen that a limited number of studies advocate personalization of life insurance service. And now I'll take you through the research gap. A close look at the service literature reveals that personalized selling efforts have remained an underrated theme in life insurance service. So many works have been done on the service quality, impact of service quality on the purchase intention and behavioral intention, but the studies do not adequately investigate the impact of personalized selling effort on the repurchase intention. And if insurance buying as a phenomenon less represented in the contemporary literature, so we have done extensive research, extensive survey of literature, and we haven't been able to find many papers which actually study the impact of personalized selling effort on the repurchase intention. So on the basis of our extensive literature, we have come up with this hypothesized research model. So we have identified 3 important variables here. So our first variable is personalized financial planning, and this variable has been actually advocated by
Dr. Abu, please move your slides also. You're still on the first slide.
Okay, I have moved, but in here I'm in the third slide.
You're on the third slide. Click on the third slide.
One second, I'm just. Is it visible now, sir?
Yeah, this is visible. Third slide.
A conceptual model is visible. Personalized.
Yeah, research model.
Research model. Okay, I'm on the research model. Okay, so personalized financial planning. This variable has been advocated by Siddiq and Sarma, and this is one of the service encounter variables. We have got another variable here, repurchase intention. That is the outcome variable, and we have taken customer satisfaction, one of the variables, and here it is also hypothesized as the mediating variable between personalized financial planning and repurchase intention. And these are hypotheses developed by our study, that personalized financial planning influences repurchase intention, personal contact influences satisfaction, and satisfaction influences repurchase intention, that we all can see from this diagram.
Next slide. Dr. Abu, next slide.
Okay, so better, and we also tried to test the mediating role of satisfaction on the relationship. These are the research methodology, and we have adopted descriptive research design, and we have
Move on to your next slide, Dr. Abu.
I have moved.
No. Yes, yeah. Now this is research methodology.
Research methodology, yeah, research methodology. So is it okay now? Research methodology? Is it visible? Okay. Okay, so in research methodology, so we have got this for the purpose of survey, we have used structured questionnaires, and the sources of questionnaires have been mentioned here. And we have also used primary data, and we have collected primary data with the use of the structured questionnaire. And for the purpose of analysis, we have used a structural equation modeling approach with the help of SPSS Amos 20 version. And in our analysis, we have actually adopted 2 segments of analysis. In one segment, we have first assessed our measurement model, so that we wanted to test how the data fits the hypothesis model. And for achieving that purpose, we have adopted confirmatory factor analysis in Amos to examine the constructs and the items used in the study. And subsequently, we have tested the reliability and validity of the measures, and the low items with low standardized loadings were deleted. And let me take you through these are the items and constructs. So personalized financial planning is one of our constructs, important construct. And these are the standardized loading. And here you can see the result of my confirmatory factor analysis and satisfaction. So these are the items and repurchase intention. And we have also calculated the composite reliability and average variance extracted. And these are some of the indicators of model fit, GFI, CFI, and PC close RMSEA values. And all these indicate good model fit. And for the reliability of the measures were assessed using composite reliability. You can see the composite reliability, all the values are close to 7.5, and it meets the criteria well. And then we calculated the validity. 2 types of validity have been assessed. So we have used convergent validity by calculating average variance extracted, AVE, and here all AVE values were more than the cutoff value of 0.50, and these results suggest good convergent validity. We also assessed discriminant validity of the construct by using Fornell-Laffer criteria. The square root of AVE from each construct was compared to the correlations among the constructs. And let me show you the result here. And these are the Fornell-Laffer criteria. This is how Fornell-Laffer criteria have been used to assess the discriminant validity of the constructs. So here the construct of personal financial planning, satisfaction, repurchase intention. In the diagonal in bold, we have got the square root of the average variance extracted. And this establishes good discriminant validity of the construct. And then in the next part, we try to test our structural model. In structural model, we try to test the interrelationship among the variables. So structural models have been tested in two phases. So first, we wanted to see the impact of the independent variable on the dependent variable. And here we tested the structural model without the mediator, without the satisfaction. So first we employed this analysis and we adopted ACM and we path analysis. And let me show you the path analysis result. And here the from personalized financial planning to RI, here the path coefficient is 0.3, 0.8 and is so significant, and this path is supported. So first this path is supported, and since it is supported, then next phase we introduced our mediating variable, and here the mediating variable is satisfaction, and here the mediating variable is now we try to test the model, structural model, with the inclusion of the mediating variable satisfaction. And let me show you the result here. So these are the results. So from path, these are three paths have been supported. From this is PF to personalized financial planning influences repurchase intention. Personalized financial planning influences satisfaction, and satisfaction also significantly influences repurchase intentions. So these are the results. And this is how the three hypotheses have been supported. And then we went to analyze the indirect effect. Like we tried to analyze the mediating effect of satisfaction on personalized financial planning and repurchase intention relationship. And this is the bootstrap result. And we employed bootstrap analysis for understanding the indirect effect of personalized financial planning on repurchase intention through satisfaction. And this is the result. And here, since with the inclusion of personalized financial planning, with inclusion of satisfaction in between PFP and RI, that means personal financial planning and RI, still it is significant. So we have got the partial mediation. So mediation is partial here.
Can you come to your conclusions? Yeah, results.
Yes, sir. These are the results. The PFP personalized financial planning had significant relationship with RI, and this satisfaction also influences personalized financial planning. So these are the results, and the present study shows personalized financial planning has impact on repurchase intention of life insurance. So, and it is also revealed that personalized financial planning contributes to consumer satisfaction, which influences repurchase intention, and thus the study expands service literature. So this not many papers are there which report this kind of result. So this study definitely expands the body of service literature. And this study also reveals mediating role of satisfaction on personalized financial planning and repurchase intention. That means personalized financial planning has indirect effect on the repurchase intention through satisfaction. And let me tell you about the implications. This work attempts to provide a roadmap for life insurance service providers for generating repeat business. So We all know that life insurance is unsolicited product. It's very difficult to sell to the customers. So if we can offer a personalized selling approach, if the companies can personalize the services to the consumers, then consumers may be interested to buy. And a personalized approach would also contribute to the satisfaction of the consumers, and that satisfaction will adequately influence the repurchase intention. And offering personalized life.
Dr. Abu, uh,
Thanks.
we've got the gist of your conclusion. So basically, it has a positive impact on the repurchase
Definitely.
intention, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. A couple of observations and questions from my side. What was your sample size?
My sample size is 253.
253, right? And it was segregated on the basis of occupation, salary, gender, education level,
Some
etc.
yes, demographic variables were there. I would not report in actual paper. We will report that demographic variable of the demographic profile of the respondents.
Okay. So, acha, and you checked the validity of your questionnaire, right? Survey questionnaire.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Did you also check the reliability?
Yes, sir. Reliability with the help of composite reliability we calculated. We calculated composite reliability and we found that the values are much above the cutoff rate, that is 0.50. And we have
No, I mean, the internal reliability using cron back
internal
alpha.
reliability. Yes, with the help of composite reliability CR, we have checked internal reliability. We can also calculate this Cronbach alpha. This data can be put into SPSS, and we can also calculate Cronbach alpha, and we'll get the values that would talk about the internal consistency of the measures.
Okay, one more question. So, I mean, is there any difference between mediating variable and an intervening variable? Because what should be called? One satisfaction should be called as intervening or mediating. There is another one moderating variable, but that is okay, fine.
Moderating variable. This is mediating variable. That means that that the satisfaction here. So we have found that we have studied literature, and we we have hypothesized that satisfaction will also influence, will also have, will also help personalized financial planning to have impact on the repurchase intention. It is indirectly helping this impact of variable to come into play on repurchase intention.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abu.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to call Ms. Rachna Singh for a paper titled A Quantitative Analysis on Consumption and Behavioral Pattern of Dairy Consumers and Marketing Trends in Indigenous Agro-Business Supply Chain to present their work.
My screen is sharing or not?
Your screen is not visible.
Ask her present.
Actually,
If you're not
sir,
able to present
the privacy is
open
shows
your
on the back.
file, you just may speak and you may
Shall I
speak about your
speak?
research.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Take about 10 minutes, Rachna, and then
Okay,
leave
sir.
2 minutes for question and answers.
Okay, sir. Fine, sir. The testing. suggestion and recommendation, and at last references. Historical background of the
Okay,
use
Rachna, what you please focus only on the objective, data, research methodology, and your final conclusion.
Okay, sir. The objective of my study is to investigate the level of awareness among milk users about indigenous desi cow A2 milk compared to the exotic or hybrid A1 milk related to the health benefits. This is the first objective. Second, to identify the role of demographic variable and customer intention in purchasing milk in rural and urban areas in the context. Third is to identify the role of consumption patterns and household expenditure in rural as well as urban areas towards customer satisfaction level. The hypothesis of the study is there is no significant relationship between price of milk and frequency of milk intake in rural and urban household in major milk producing states. This hypothesis is failed to accept null hypothesis. Sir. There is no significant fail to accept null hypothesis. There is no significant relationship between the age and frequency of milkers. It is fair to accept the null hypothesis, and there is no significant relationship between the food habits and frequency of milk take. It is fair to reject the null hypothesis. The research methodology of my research is quantitative, approach is deductive, theoretical development is stakeholder theory, and resource-based value theory. Method of data collection is survey method. The sample size is 384, gathered from more than 500 approximately sample size estimation, and the instrument development is semi-structured questionnaire. Sampling method is systematic stratified random sampling, and the demography of respondents are the milk users from the top 10 milk producing states in India. Statistical analysis is multivariate analysis, and the statistical tool and technique used is R software. Research design, validity of the design is tested from both the content validity and construct validity, and there is a normality and reliability is also tested. So I have developed a conceptual framework on the detective conceptual framework for consumer perspective. The descriptive statistics contains of the content validity and construct validity. The reliability of data can be tested on a convex alpha value which is higher than 0.051, 0.09, highly significant. The normalization of data is the value, p-value is less than 0.05 of all the demographic profile attributes related to gender, age, food habit, monthly income, monthly expenditure, location, frequency of milk intake, price of milk, and size of family. There are certain outliers in the graphical representation of normalization of data. Multiple logistic linear regression analysis is used for the purpose of testing the statistical data, and which is comprising of following multiple logistic linear regression. Odd ratio, wild test, likelihood test, pseudo R square, homogeneous goodness of fit test, summary statics in R, null deviance, alkali information criterion, chi-square distribution around nested model, coefficient of regression, contingency table, variable importance, classification rate, and the at last predicting probability of the model. Sir, shall I go to the theoretical finding and conclusion of the study? Hello?
Go on, carry on.
From the existing and present study, it is observed that consumer consumption pattern is influenced by the frequency of milk intake and price of milk, which is directly and indirectly establish a positive relationship between the consumer behavior towards milk purchase and satisfaction level. Second point, consumer buying behavior is distinct in rural and urban areas based on their income level, choice, and preferences. Milk consumption is associated with health and nutritive value. Descriptive statistics and data suggest that most people prefer vegetarian to non-vegetarian daily food habits in the urban population, whereas people are inclined towards a vegan diet after post-COVID scenario to maintain a better and healthier lifestyle. India is a country that has a different social and subclasses based on caste, religion, and ethnicity people belong. The urban population, occupational status, and income level are influenced by the social class and education background. The conscious level of consumers assessed on their demographic profile, less than 40% of urban population is classified as high class based on their income ranges between 60,000 to 1 lakh and more than income group. The theoretical and practical implication of a study is that this research contributes in formulating sustainable marketing strategies and different aspects of promotional activities like quality, quantity, and perishability of milk and dairy products, whereas most of the respondents considered all the parameters collectively. The second is it also acts as an effective tool to choose various alternatives in a planned manner, influenced by individual past experience and future expectations. And the last is there is a theory which explains the cognitive behavior like motivation, attitude, and purchase intention of milk consumers. The suggestion and recommendation, the studies comprise of both producer and consumer side due to the lack of time qualitative data is collected from detailed sector questionnaire through audio video conferencing and recording during COVID-19 period. Across India, 31 types of indigenous varieties are found in a herd community. Data was also gathered from only the top 10 milk producing states among 20 states and 8 union territories. There need to be a government agency perspective as a stakeholder like National Dairy Research Institute, FCI, um, Dairy Department of Animal Husbandry, Fisheries and Dairy Farming under the Ministry of Agriculture. Studies will also consider the top 10 milk producing company of A2 dairy farming due to their limited economic resources. Extensive on the impact of pre and post-COVID period on the milk and dairy supply chain will be required. Contemporary issues are also be separated from the study due to the time and economic constraint. And these are the references. Thank you, sir.
So any Rachna, any alternative methodology could have been employed other than this, what you have used?
Yes, sir. Apart from
Which
the
one?
quantitative, qualitative one which we use, for example, we are directly talking to the milk consumer and take their opinions, their views, and their responses regarding the milk consumption. And we use on the qualitative research on the basis of thematic analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rachna.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone, for your insightful and informative words. Your perspectives were thought-provoking, and I'm confident that the audience learned a great deal from your insights. The certificates will be shared with online participants in due time. Now I request our session co-chair, Dr. Gautam Negi, to kindly felicitate our session chair for today, Dr. Munish Shakil, with a memento and token of gratitude. Thank you, sir. With this, we conclude the International Research Conference 2023. I request the students to be please seated. You all can leave.